all the participants not to annotate while the presentation is going on. Do not mute your mic. Do not enable your video. Okay, so please do not annotate while the presentation is going on. The resource person will soon join and will have the session on it.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah, good afternoon. Welcome, madam. Renka madam. Welcome to workshop.
Good afternoon, sir.
I'm Ravi Kumar.
Yes, sir. Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Madam, now your post, madam. You can start your presentation. Screen
Video.
share.
You can start the video, madam. Video is now.
Just a minute, sir.
Yes.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Karuna ma'am, in the meantime, maybe you can introduce the guest.
Okay, ma'am. A very good afternoon, one and all. Warm welcome to 6th day of 7-day National Online Workshop on Financial Literacy on Income Tax and GST, a practical approach sponsored under RUSA 2.0, promoted by Center for Promotion of Financial Literacy, Department of Commerce, Usmania University. Till now, we had successful journey of workshop by exploring our knowledge both in direct and indirect taxes. Yesterday, in first half of the workshop, we had a detailed session on registration process in GST by Dr. Savita Karmungi. And in second and third sessions, we had discussion on GST e-filing returns and reports by Mr. B. Chandrasekhar in detail. Today, we have Ms. C.A.S. Renuka to educate us on e-way bill and invoicing under GST. It is my privilege to introduce Renuka ma'am. She is a practicing chartered accountant and is a partner in Messrs. J. Murali and Co. since 2013. She completed her MPhil in Commerce and also qualified UGC NET for lecturership. She started her career as a lecturer in the Williamal College for Women Chennai and later in Etiraj College for Women Chennai for about 6 years. Madam is a GST trainer to GST officers in Tamil Nadu state, and also she is a recognized GST trainer by the ICAI. She has delivered many lectures in various forums on topics of VAT, service tax, and GST. Further, she is a member of the Board of Studies in Department of Corporate Secretaryship, Department of Bank Management, and many other colleges. Madam, we cordially welcome you to this workshop as a resource person to handle this session. Over to Ms. C.A.S. Renuka. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to all of you. It has been a pleasure addressing this wonderful audience for one more time. We are on the 6th day for this 7-day session. We are on the 6th day of this financial literacy program. If you have gone through the itinerary that has been given to you, the session that was given to me today is valuation of supply. But if you see the next session and the next session, we have 3 sessions for the day. The second and third session talks about supply of goods and services, and time and place of supply. See, the valuation rules, normally when you go by an act, a reading of an act, normally the act is first, then the rules, then the notification, then the circular, so on and so forth. So unless and otherwise you understand the nuance of what is supply all about, the definition of supply, and what is the time and place of supply, there is no point in reading the valuation rules, because the continuity will not be there, and you will not be able to understand the meaning of the entire GST process of supply. So with I thought, instead of because I am given one more session on e-waybill, I thought I will do e-waybill today, so that tomorrow, after the completion of the meaning of supply, when you have understood what is supply all about, and when you have understood what is time and place of supply, we can in detail discuss the valuation rules. Now that yesterday you have done e-filing of returns and registration processes, the continuity of the entire course of GST will be, you will be able to appreciate the continuity if we do e-waybill today. So on that note, I'm going to commence with the e-waybill class. So like how we have been normally doing, let me just ask you the very first question of the day. When you are traveling by a vehicle, what are the basic documents that you take and go? You can give your answers here in the chat box. What are the documents that you carry when you are going, when you are license? Yes, Shanta, license is the right one. Another answer, tickets. Okay, fine, I'll take it, Mrudra, I will take it. Tickets, pollution check, Aadhaar card. Why do you require Aadhaar card, Basima? Insurance, Nagalakshmi, ma'am, correct. Mr. Narsimachari, insurance, correct. Can one of you give me the full in one chat? Can you tell me all the documents that you're requested to carry when you travel in a vehicle? Registration certificate, excellent, Mr. Sudhir Reddy, Sai Sudhir Reddy. Permit, I will take it as driving license. Okay, I will take it as driving license. Mr. Prashant, it is e-waybill. Yeah, e-waybill, I would say, not in, my question was a general question. It was not a specific question. Anyway, I will take your answer, because the today's session is going to be on e-waybill. You have given me answer as e-waybill. You will not carry e-waybill, I'll tell you why. Okay. Mr. All the above documents except other, very true. RC license, invoice in case of goods. Mr. Srikanth, e-waybill if bill exceeds 50,000 rupees. That's a wonderful answer to say. That is fine. I'm very happy that all of you are responding. Okay, then what are the items that you should carry in a vehicle? What are the items in that you should carry in a vehicle? I get all your answers. What are the things? What is mandatory? Let me use the word mandatory. What is that one thing that is compulsory that you should carry? Tax invoice, insurance. Tax invoice not all times, Mr. Prashant. Exactly. I was just waiting for this answer. You need a helmet, right? That is a mandatory one, because to protect yourself, you definitely need a helmet. Very true, very true. I'm very happy to know that all of you are answering. That is excellent. See how these are, whatever we have spoken is requirements for traveling in a, let me say, two-wheeler. Very simple. Two-wheeler or a four-wheeler. If you have a two-wheeler or a four-wheeler, you will have to carry your driving license first, then the registration certificate of the particular vehicle. Then you will need the insurance papers, right? And helmet, of course. The major three are these three: your registration certificate, your driving license, and your insurance papers. Excellent, excellent. So supposing if you are do not carrying all these things, the traffic police stops you in between, then he will ask you to produce these documents. You produce. Why do you need a driving license? The driving license you need is to prove that you are eligible to drive and you know to drive well. You will not create accidents. Okay. Then the registration certificate needed. It is not a stolen vehicle. It is registered in your name. Then what else do you need? You need an insurance to see that the insurance is safely done as far as the insurance is done for the particular vehicle. These are the 3 documents you carry. Same way, can you just tell me what was that one question that I asked you to remember? What was that one question that I asked you to remember on the first day of the class? I asked you to remember one question on the first day of the class. I told you, please remind me when I come back to the class on e-Waybill. No, Mr. Satyarana, constitution and all is over. I told you, just remind me one particular question when I come back to your class on e-Waybill. No problem. I was trying to tell you something relating to movement of goods. I was trying to tell you something related to movement of goods. So in case of movement of goods, all the time of supply, place of supply and all are going to be done by some other guest speaker. We are going to discuss today only on e-Waybill. Okay. No problem. Please be with me. So it is the question of movement of goods. See, what happens is, if you are regularly reading the papers, there was this one particular announcement that was made in Economic Times. I'm just, as I'm speaking to you, I'm trying to share my PPT. Just give me a minute. So I'll just keep talking to you until then. See, there was this one news which came out in Economic Times telling that there will be no check posts. Right? This was what I told you. Remind me about check posts in the next class. Okay. There will be no check posts throughout the country. That is, from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, you can take innumerable number of goods without somebody stopping you. Earlier, when you used to travel anywhere on the national highways or the state highways, you used to see the in near every territory, near every district border, preferably mainly the state borders, you will see a red color barricade telling that commercial taxes department check post. Have you seen that, any one of you? Commercial taxes department check post. Yeah, what is this purpose of this commercial taxes department check post? It is to ensure that the goods are moving in the correct direction, the goods are not being smuggled, the goods are going from one place to another against a bill. This is the purpose of this check post. If there is anything that is wrong that is found there, then obviously the commercial tax officer will not permit, the vehicle to move. So like that, see, supposing you are a person somewhere in Andhra, Telangana, and you have got good customers and your entire market is in Assam. Let us hypothetically assume your entire market is in Assam. How many states you have to move? Let us assume by a container you are sending all your goods. How many states you have to move, right? You have to, from Telangana, you have to go to Maharashtra. Just imagine the India map in just in your imagination, just the India map. How does it, the Assam is on the Assam is to your right? So you have to go via so many states and reach there. So when you reach there, every time, whenever you cross the state, what will happen? The state authority of that particular state will stop you, ask for the documents, verify whether the goods in the particular container, lorry, or whatsoever as the case may be, are going to match the documents. And in case there is some problem, they will detain you. They will not allow you to transport the goods. And finally, you will end up showing a bad face to the customer, telling that you are not able to deliver the goods on time. Right? When you say you are not able to deliver the goods on time, what exactly happens is your goodwill is lost. When your goodwill is lost, your business comes down, right? So these were the various problems. So that is why there was this announcement that came in Economic Times when GST was introduced. There will be no more check posts, right? Let me repeat once again. There will be no more check post. Mr. Venkatesh, is my voice clear and perfect? Hello?
Absolutely clear.
Absolutely.
Madam?
Okay, fine. I just
Your
wanted
voice is
to.
clear, madam, but PPTs are not You are
No, no,
not
no.
sharing.
Yes, sir. Now I have logged in through my mobile phone right now. I'm just logging in my laptop also. Now I'll be sharing it because I'm only giving the introduction. Okay.
Okay.
Just once, please admit me in my laptop once again when I just
Yes.
enter.
Yes,
Then I'll
madam.
shift.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, we'll do it now.
Fine. Exactly. So when the government says there are no check posts, just to think, friends, what might happen when there is no check post, when there is nobody to stop us from movement. There will be huge number of tax evasions that will be happening. There will be huge number of smuggling that will be happening. Nobody to stop. So that means when the government announced there is no more check post, friends, be with me, there are no more physical check post. When they said no more check posts, it does not mean exactly more challenges to illegal activities. There is no more physical check post. That means, as I told you on the very first day on introducing GST, it is totally information technology based, completely from registration to cancellation. It is totally information technology based, and without information technology, GST will not survive at all. So that being the case, what exactly happens is there will be virtual check post. By virtual check post, what does that mean? We are having a class right now. I understand from the organizers that there are more than 1,000 participants in this particular webinar that is happening, who are present all over the country. So I am calling from Chennai. I am talking from Chennai. The organizers are in Telangana. There are so many participants here. I have got the names here because I keep reading the names. The whole day will spend on reading the names only. Just in my screen, the names appear. Maybe Mr. Srikanth, where are you from? Miss Shanta, where are you from? Can you just give me the place from where you are joined to the class? Mr. Moses. Okay, Mr. Srikanth is from Telangana. That's excellent. Anyone who is not from Telangana, because for example, I would prefer somebody who is not from Telangana. Okay, Mr. Nagashri is from Karnataka. Excellent. So any one more state if I have, I will continue the session. I mean, I will continue the conversation, not session. Anyway, I'm one more state. Oh, excellent. Your participants from Goa. Excellent, madam. Excellent. So that's fine. So we have Telangana, you have Karnataka from Goa. So technically, friends, can you please understand earlier, if a GST session is to be organized by the Osmania University in Telangana, they have to invite me to Telangana. So I have to come to Telangana, and all of you have to come to Telangana. The Osmania University classroom we have to assemble. Then there will be having a lecture on GST. Now what happens? I am in my comfort of my play office. You are in the comfort of your house or your office, as the case may be, and all of us are communicating. So virtual classroom is happening. That means I am right now in each and every one of the houses who are listening the classes, right? I am inside your house. I am sitting in front of you in the laptop. I am addressing you. I am seeing you, and I am talking to you. The same way, I know that inside my laptop, all of you are present. You are listening to me. You are asking me questions. You are understanding the participation. So this we call it as virtual. That means the classroom is not in one particular place. It is everywhere of the 5,000 and odd participants of today's sessions. So this being the case, this is what is no virtual check post means, whereby the check post need not be in one particular border, but the check post is everywhere. The check post is everywhere. See, please understand this beauty. What does that mean? The officer, the assessing officer who is going to check, stop your vehicle, doesn't have to stand in the territory of a particular state. He might even stand in front of the house in case you are going to make a mistake. This is what is all about. So this particular tool that is going to help, this particular tool that is going to help, just a minute. This particular tool that is going to help uh, the dealers or the offices for smooth movement of goods is called e-way bill. So it is called electronic way bill. Now the question is, madam, you are talking as if it is something new. So what was happening earlier? Earlier also there was an electronic e-way bill, right? Earlier also there was an electronic e-way bill. Sorry, there was a bill, e-way bill was there, where it was a document for movement of goods was there. Why it is called e-way bill is electronic way bill? Because it is automatically generated. It is automatically generated. That is what is e-way bill is all about. So in today's sessions, what we are going to say is, what is an e-way bill? What is the benefits of e-way bill? How the e-way bill is to be generated within the 1.5 hours of time that is being given to you. So if you understand this logic, if you understand this particular logic, you will be able to appreciate e-way bill in its entirety. I am just sharing give me a minute. I am just sharing the presentation with you right now to talk about the nuances of e-way bill. So
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, madam, when you open the two systems side by side, we'll get the resound. We are getting resound from you.
I think now it's clear, sir.
Yeah, now it is okay, madam. Now it's clear.
Okay, fine. Thank you. So I will just start sharing my screen now. Tell me if you're able to see my screen very clearly so that we can continue the conversation. I'm just sharing the screen right now. Just taking 2 minutes of the time. Okay, as the screen is getting shared, I will just keep talking about e-way bill. Once we come to the screen, you will know whatever I'm talking is there in the screen. So, okay, friends, listen to me. So, I was telling that e-way bill is that particular electronic way bill that is automatically generated when it involves movement of goods from one place to another. So, why it is important? I think yesterday you did a 3-hour session on filing of returns, right? You would have learned the various nuances of GST1, GSTR 3B, then annual return, and all those stuff. So many things you would have learned in yesterday's session. And there is one important aspect that probably they would have told, and whatever I'm going to tell you might be a repetition of the topic. But anyway, because it is relevant for reviewable, I'm telling.
Madam, we are able to hear you. You want to stop? We're not able to hear you. Sandhya madam will stop. Venkatesh. అదే అర్థం కాలేదు.
ఒకటే ఇయర్ ఫోన్ పనిచేస్తుంది దీంట్లో.
Venkatesh sir, voice is not there. Is not audible.
Wait, sir. There is some technical issue. I think madam suddenly exited from this. Just wait for 1 to.
Okay.
Madam is calling. Right. Yes, yes. Okay, sure. Fine. Thank you. Yeah, there is some technical issue. Madam is forwarding the PPTs to us. Venkatesh.
Yes, sir. Dear participants, sorry for the interruption. Because of the technical problems, madam had to log out. She'll join back in 5 minutes. Please bear the inconvenience.
హలో అప్పుడే చెప్పుకుతురా
Venkatesh. Right.
Hello, friends. Sorry
Yes,
for
madam. Yeah.
sorry for that inconvenience, sir. Can you please share the PPT on the screen?
Yes,
Renko,
yes,
madam.
madam.
One minute, madam. I'm
Venkatesh
sharing.
is sharing.
I'm sharing, madam. 1 minute, madam.
Yeah.
Just downloading.
Ask Venkatesh, ask madam which PPT is required right now. There are 2, 3 are there. Na?
The one that I've sent on e-waybill, sir. Right
Okay.
now I sent it to you.
మీకు కూడా హాలిడే ఉంటుంది మండే హాలిడే మీకు కూడా గురునానక్
Madam, I think we got supply of goods and time and place of goods. We got.
No. Right now I sent it from another email ID, sir, not from
Okay.
J. & Co. I sent it from my personal mail ID. Right?
Okay. Venkatesh, wait. I'm sending another PPT.
Okay, sir. Send to me. That, PPT.
Yeah. Sent already. Just check. At present, you upload.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
So I will keep talking, sir, because already some time is wasted.
Yes, madam. Go ahead, madam, please.
Yeah, please. Okay. See, so this is what I was telling. So when we talk of virtual check post, when I was just telling you that there will be no e-waybill generation. Remember, friends, if the e-waybill is not generated, if it is not informed to the department, remember you cannot move your goods from one place to another. So e-waybill is for what? E-waybill is a document for. I'm just coming to the real topic now. E-waybill is a document for what? Is it proof of business or proof of anything? It is a document for proving that goods have moved from one place to another. That is what is the proof of movement. So it is one of the important document that you need to compulsorily verify with your good self. So let us assume this way. Supposing I am sending some books, say maybe because we are talking about GST, I am sending GST books to you, but to Osmania University for this purpose. So when I send the books, what can I do? I have to book a transporter. When I book a transporter, I have to send the goods to the transporter. Is e-waybill required? Like this, so many questions will be there. So normally how we do, like how we started our class on introduction of GST, I said, let us first keep aside what are the things that are exempted, so that we'll talk about the main things in a continuous and reasonable and decent manner. So let me talk about what are the things or goods for which e-waybill is not required. Because if we finish off the exemption, we can concentrate on the main area. So what are the things for which e-waybill is not required, we will see, so that it is easier for us to talk about for what are the goods, how e-waybill is to be generated for other particular aspects of e-waybill.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
I'm sharing my screen, ma'am.
Yeah, please.
My screen is visible, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Very much visible.
Okay.
Because all the other points and all I have covered.
Can I go which slide, ma'am?
You can just run the slide for 2 minutes so that when I go to the slideshow.
Ma'am? Slideshow. Hey, 1 minute. 1 minute.
So the first slide I have already completed.
1 second. Ma'am.
Venkatesh,
Yeah.
enable editing.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Somewhere you will stop. Stop. From here we'll continue, sir. Okay. So there is a rule called 138A. 138A says we have to take certain documents. That is why I started the class by telling what are the documents that are required. What are the documents that are required for the purposes of movement of goods and movement of a vehicle. You gave me the examples of your registration certificate, insurance, driving license, etc. Like that, for moving goods from one place to another, you can see the screen. These are the documents that are required. A tax invoice, or you can see the slash here. Why the slash here? I'll tell you later. A tax invoice / bill of supply / delivery challan and e-waybill. So It can be a tax invoice or a bill of supply or a delivery challan, but and e-waybill, what is it? Mandatory. That means along with any type of these three documents, an e-waybill is mandatory. So if this is for everyone, if the person is going to be an exporter, then you will need a bill of entry. Bill of entry is a document that is given by the customs department when the goods are cleared for home consumption. Next one, map the e-waybill radio frequency information device for a class of transporters. What is a radio frequency information device? Nowadays, we don't wait to ask for the route, isn't it? Sometimes, supposing I'm coming to Osmania University, I get down in the Telangana railway station. From Telangana, I'm asking the driver, what do you do? Nowadays, you have Ola, you have Uber. So I sit in the car and I say Osmania University. Then the driver will use the GPS to take me to Osmania University. It is as simple as that. So that means I will be or you will be able to track Osmania University. Supposing I send the link to Osmania Mr. Ravi, Dr. Ravi will be able to follow me as to where the taxi is, how far it will take for me to reach your place, and all those things you can comfortably see from your place. So that is this we call it as a GPS or GPRS as the case may be. For movement of goods, the government has introduced something called a radio frequency information device, which is compulsory for certain type of transporters who are supposed to attach this device in the lorry. Please appreciate this, my dear friends. Is something very, very, very interesting. Please appreciate this. Why it is interesting, let me tell you. I told you, isn't it, you don't need check post at all. I am telling the usefulness of this virtual check post. What happens is, the person will be, officer will be sitting in his AC room, seeing the monitor. He will be able to identify where the lorry is moving. Okay. See, supposing it is a one nation, one tax. Suppose I am sending goods to Andhra Pradesh, right? But and my lorry is supposed to go. Being a transporter, I have to send the good, take the goods from Chennai and deliver the goods to Andhra. So what I have to do is the transporter will fix the RFID device and he'll keep transporting to Andhra Pradesh. Supposing for some illegal reason, the lorry goes to, instead of going to Andhra Pradesh, it is going to Telangana. The officer will sit in his place and watch. Let me tell you, the officer will sit in his place and watch, and he can stop the vehicle anywhere. That is what is virtual check post is all about. Please appreciate it. Something very beautiful, and how information technology is helping the tax system to monitor activities, avoid illegal activities. This is what is a beautiful part of the use of information technology in GST system. Then you have the invoice reference number. Invoice reference number is a number which is to be generated for organizations who have a turnover of 500 crores and above. Where it is not something very difficult. You generate the regular invoice and you get yourself attested. Something you do an attestation, right? Normally, when we need to, all the students who are attending the class will know. When you have applied for admissions, you will have to attest to your mark sheets, your TC, your contact certificate, and then you submit to the university for further processing. So it is a way of attestation where the government will attest your tax invoice online. If you give the tax invoice number, it will generate a QR code. It is a 16-digit reference number. It will give you a QR code. When this number is generated, it is easier because the minute you generate this number, e-waybill gets automatically generated. When e-waybill automatically gets generated, your tax invoice goes and sits in your GST returns. That is how the system works. Okay. Next slide, please. So these are the basic documents. These are things that you have to carry. So this point I've already told you, denial of e-waybill generation. If the returns are not furnished for 2 quarters, if he's a composition dealer, 2 months if it is a regular dealer. For composition dealer, I do not, let me just ask one small question here. How does a composition dealer file a return? Yesterday, there was this topic on filing of returns. I understand. Can somebody just type in the chat box what is a return for a composition dealer? What is a return for a composition? Just to make it interesting, I'm asking these questions, then we'll proceed further. Just any one of you can. Exactly, Mr. Vikas. Excellent, excellent. CMP 08. What is CMP 08? The composition dealer has to pay his taxes every month using CMP08, but he will file only one return at the end of the year. Right? If there is no transactions during the month, he'll have to file a nil CMP08. Okay. So that means if he has not filed two continuous CMP08, then he will not be able to generate the e-return. So this particular 2 quarter is now done away with. Earlier it was a quarterly return which was to be filed by the composition dealer called GSTR4. GSTR4 is done away with. So he has to file only one GSTR4 annually, not quarterly. But he has to keep paying, making his payments every month. He has to file something called a CMP08. If he is not filing CMP08, then immediately his e-waybill will not, permission will not be given to generate the e-waybill. Next slide, please. Okay. Now, for e-waybill intrastate, there's a notification you can do because it's already old, 9/2018 dated. For e-waybill intrastate 26/2008, for everything, now e-waybill is mandatory. Right, next slide, please. Next slide, please. So, we were talking about exemptions. Since I told you first we'll talk about the exemptions and then we'll talk about the e-waybill procedures. There are 3 types of exemptions that are available. Exemption on goods, exemption on transport, exemption on threshold limit. Next slide, please. First, we'll talk about exemption of goods. What are the goods for which you don't have to generate e-waybill? So we'll see what are the goods. First one, exempted goods under, sorry, I have just put those animations. You can just complete the slide and keep it on the screen. Thank you. Exempted goods under GST. Schedule 3 goods. There are 3 schedules, Schedule 1, Schedule 2 and Schedule 3. The goods mentioned in Schedule 3 of GST Act. Non-GST goods. You remember the very first class we started with. What are those items which are kept outside the purview of GST? 6 items which are kept under the purview of GST, like alcoholic liquor for human consumptions, tobacco, high-speed diesel. These are 6 things I told you. For all these 6 things, if you are going to transport, you don't need an e-waybill. Empty cargo containers. You deliver some goods and bring a container back, you don't need an e-waybill. Empty gas cylinder meant for supply. After supplying the filled gas cylinder, you are going to bring back an empty gas cylinder. For that, there is no e-waybill that is required. Then each state has its own e-waybill rules, right? So whatever exemptions of the state, say for example, some items must be important for a state, basic requirements for a state. The same items might be a luxury for another state. In such cases, you don't need, as per the state list exemptions, you don't require an e-waybill generation. Then goods and annexure to rule 138, subsection 14, 8 items. On the right side, you see liquefied petroleum gas, kerosene oil, postal bag, precious stones, jewelry, currency, used household effects, worked and unworked. For all these items, there is an exemption. So whatever items that you see on the screen, you don't have to generate an e-waybill. Next slide. So exemptions, transports based. Let's try my first one that we saw is goods based. Next one is transport based. Non-motorized conveyance. See, supposing you take the goods using a rickshaw or a bullock cart, then you don't need to generate an e-waybill. Non-motorized means the conveyance should not have a motor attached to it. It's a simple meaning. Then port to transfers. For customs clearance. See, there are so many ports, right? Vizag, there is a port. Chennai, there is a port. Mumbai, there is a port. So for custom clearance, if the goods are moving from one port to another, even then e-waybill is not required. Then goods transported by rail, by the central government and state government. Such cases, you don't require an e-waybill. Weighment and back 20 kilometers. Sometimes you have to weigh your goods to send it, because if in tax invoice, you have to mention the quantity. So when you're sending huge volume of goods by a carrier, you have to weigh them. You have to take it to a weigh bridge and weigh them and bring it back. If the weigh bridge distance is 20 kilometers and less, then you don't require an e-waybill. Transit cargo. When the cargo is in transit, it is coming into India for a shorter time and then it is going back, then you don't require an e-waybill. Transport between CSD canteens and nuclear power corporations. All these armed forces, they run canteens, right? So for such canteens, when goods are being moved, then you don't require an e-waybill from one canteen to another. Transport under customs control, you don't need. MOD, Ministry of Defense. Transport under Ministry of Defense control information, you don't require an e-waybill. So these are transport based exemptions. Next slide, please.
limit based exemptions. The basic limit given by CGST Act is 50,000 rupees, whereas the state governments can increase or decrease the limit to their convenience. In Tamil Nadu, the limit is 1 lakh of rupees. That means if the goods that are transported are worth of 50,000 rupees or less, then you don't require an e-waybill. If it is 50,000 or more, you definitely require an e-waybill. And 50 kilometers, if the distance between the supplier and the recipient is less than 50 kilometers, you don't have to generate part B of the e-waybill. What is part A and part B? We will see in the process of the class. Next slide, please. So what is e-waybill? I've already told you. Is it a document for proof of supply? Is it a document for proof of payment, or is it a document for proof of movement? Friends, let me tell you, it is a document for proof of movement. Why I am insisting again and again? Because there is a concept called bill trading. On the very first session, we talked about input tax credit, right? How input tax credit is giving benefits to the dealers. So what might happen is they'll be generating only bills. For the purpose of enjoying input tax credit, there will not be any movement of goods. This is a way of cheating the government. So to avoid this bill trading only, e-waybill is mandatory document for proof of movement of goods. This is what e-waybill is all about. Next slide, sir, please. Parties to an e-waybill. There are three parties to an e-waybill: a supplier, a transporter, and a recipient. Supplier is a person sending the goods. Transporter is a person who is assisting movement of goods. Recipient is a person who is receiving the goods. This transport can be in any form: railways, roadways, waterways, and airways. Whichever ways transporter is moving the goods, he has to generate an e-waybill. Next slide, sir, please. The very first step to e-waybill, you have to first get self-registered in the website called e-waybill.gst.gov.in. So who has to register? We are going to see who has to register. The registered GST person, either the supplier or the transporter or the recipient, have to get themselves registered with the e-waybill website. Hello?
Dear participant, please mute yourself.
Okay. So the registered GST person will have to get himself. You can ask me, why, ma'am, there are two registrations? It is not two registrations, sir. See, for logging into the website, you need an ID, isn't it? You might have a Gmail account and you might have a Yahoo account. You cannot use the same Gmail account login ID for Yahoo account email ID. Same way, the website for registration of cancellation return purposes is some website, that is CB gst.gov.in. You can and the website for e-waybill is e-waybill.gst.gov.in. So it is logical, isn't it? The same login ID you cannot use for both two different websites. So that is why by registration, I mean, you will be given another login ID and another login ID to log into the e-waybill website, right? So either the supplier or the transporter or the recipient, one of them have got to get themselves registered. Remember, friends, this registration is different from GST registration. A transporter need not be a GST assessee. That means he can be a person. The limit for service is 20 lakhs for getting registration. A transporter might be rendering logistic services. His turnover might be less than 20 lakhs. He might not have registered under GST. But friends, remember, for doing this transport services from one place to another, he has to get himself registered under e-waybill GST, for which he will be given a unique number, unique identity number will be given to him. Only then he will be able to generate the e-waybill for the purpose. Next slide, please. So when is e-waybill necessary? We will be seeing rule 38 here, e-waybill rules of CGST 2017. It says, every registered person who causes movement of goods of consignment of value exceeding 50,000 rupees in relation to a supply for reasons other than supply due to inward supply from unregistered persons. You remember the very first slide I showed you, there were three statements. On the first statement, tax invoice / bill of supply / delivery challan. So when do you issue a tax invoice? You issue a tax invoice when you make a taxable supply. The supply is registered. He has got a GST number. He is doing a taxable supply, a supply which is attracting rates of taxes is taxable supply. Okay, that means where the tax invoice will contain the tax rate, will contain the tax value, whether it is CGST, SGST or IGST as the case may be. So in relation to a supply, tax invoice will come. The document for the first one is tax invoice.
for reasons other than supply. So it can be, supposing if the person is doing only an exempt supply, the document that he will issue is not called a tax invoice, but it is called a bill of supply, because it does not contain tax portion because the goods are exempted under the act. Or in case of a composition dealer is a person who is not supposed to collect the tax at all. If he cannot collect taxes, how can he issue a tax invoice? He cannot issue. He will have to issue a document called a bill of supply. Or job work. Supposing I am sending some goods for job work for preparation. So in that case, it is not even a bill of supply because I am not supplying anything. When there is no supply, how can you have a document called bill of supply? We'll have something called a delivery challan. For moving goods from one place to another, you will need a delivery challan. So 1, 2, and 3 are applicable to a tax invoice or a bill of supply or a delivery challan, as the case may be, and e-waybill. That's how you have to understand this logic before commencement of such a movement. Now, what is in relation to supply? Next slide, sir. I've already explained normal supply of goods, export and import between seller and buyer, seller registration under GST. Sir, can you move on to the next slide? Normal supply of goods, export. For all these things, you will issue something called a tax invoice. So, tax invoice is a document for proof of sale of supply of goods. Okay, next slide, please. What is something in for reasons other than supply? A job work, SKD. See, I will explain each and every point one by one. Job work, I've already explained to you. The goods are owned by one person, but the work is done by tailoring work. It's a job work, right? You give the cloth, you get it for stitching. Then the tailor is only a job worker. He does not own the material. He only does the work and give it back to you. These are examples for job work. Line sales. In a big bazaar market, a person will be continuously delivering goods to each and every shop by next. This is called line sales. Recipe, in such cases, the recipient may not be known at all. We don't even know. Supposing through Amazon you are selling something, you won't know the recipient. SKD, semi knocked down. CKD means completely knocked down conditions. When the goods are semi knocked down and completely knocked down. Best example is a mobile phone, where a mobile phone consists of so many parts, right? It contains a battery, it contains a camera, it contains a SIM card holder, it contains some motherboard inside. So that is made of so many parts. So all the parts are collected, bought from somewhere else, and they're assembled in one place, and you get something called a cell phone. So when these spare parts are moving from one place to another, you are not supplying anything, you're only moving. So for that, a delivery challan will be required. So semi knockdown, but still an e-waybill is required. That is what my point is. Sales returns for personal use, exhibition or fairs and others. So for all the cases, you will require an e-waybill, right? For this 9. So these are reasons other than supply. The term supply is not involved here. These are reasons other than supply. In the next session, when you are doing supply of goods and services, you will understand the meaning of supply in a very, very clear way. Next slide, please. Due to inward supply from unregistered person. When the supplier is unregistered, liability falls on the registered recipient. There is something called a reverse charge mechanism. So here you will understand this concept. Sometimes for certain type of specified services and specific goods as notified, the supplier has to pay the tax. Normally, it is the supplier will collect tax from the recipient and pay it to the government. But in certain occasions, the supplier himself will pay the tax. This is called reverse charge mechanism. Even for this, you will require the e-waybill. Next slide, please. So what are the situations of movement which requires an e-waybill? Supplier to the transporter. In clear, I have explained to you what it is. Transporter authorized by the supplier. Supplier to an ECO means e-commerce operator. Principal to job worker, interstate. Supply of handicraft goods irrespective of the consignment value. So when there's an interstate job work movement and supply of handicraft goods, no limit applies. You have to definitely generate an e-waybill. Next slide, please. So what are the modes of transport? That also I explained to you. It can be own conveyance, it can be hired conveyance, it can be a public conveyance. Irrespective of how we are going to do this, whenever there is movement of goods, e-waybill has to be generated. Next slide. Option to generate. You can generate this e-waybill. There is an e-waybill app that is available in your phone. So if you are a dealer in GST, you can download this app. So in the app, you can generate the e-waybill.
In a mobile by SMS, you can generate the e-waybill. There is something called API, Application Program Interface. This is a technical term that is used in computer language, where any accounting software in your system, if you install the API, it will link the GST system and generate e-waybill for you. Then you have somebody called a GSP, Goods and Service Tax Suvidha Providers. They are enablers who will help you to generate the e-waybill. Next slide, please. What are the various types of e-waybill? Supplier to recipient, e-waybill, EWB form 1 you will use. If the transporter is generating, he will generate EW02. When the vehicle is stopped for verification by the roving squad, then you will generate EWB3. When the vehicle is stopped beyond 30 meters, you will generate EWB4. Next slide, please. So normally, just for interesting, I mean, to make the class more interesting, this particular slide is a separate topic by itself. But just to give it an awareness, because we are supposed to give you an overall view of what our topic is all about. See, normally what happens is, you can see on the screen. Sir, you can complete the entire thing. The officer appointed, he will intercept the conveyance. Okay, he will intercept the conveyance. Then he will get a statement from the owner telling that these are the goods that I am carrying. So then what he will do, he will inspect the goods. He will match the document of the statement of the owner, and he will match the goods available. Then he will give the report telling that these are the goods available. If he does not find any difference between the document and the goods, physical goods available, he will permit. So you can keep continuing. Suppose if there is a problem, if there are discrepancies, then he will detain, give an order to detain the goods. At the time of detaining goods, he will give time for an explanation. Supposing if you are not able to explain the correct thing, what he will do is, he will give you a notice of demand telling that your e-waybill is not proper, or the tax invoice is not matching with the goods that you are carrying. So that being the case, you have to get a bond to release the goods, or you have to pay the tax with the penalty, and then you have to get the release order. Supposing within 14 days, if you are not going to respond to this notice or respond to the order of detention, if you do not pay the tax, they'll confiscate the goods. By confiscation, the government will become owner of the goods, and they'll have all the power to dispose of the goods and take the tax portion for settling the liability. So this is how the entire aspect of this confiscation and seizure works. This is just for your information. Next slide, sir. Okay, now we'll go to the e-waybill procedures. What are the e-waybill procedures? E-waybill procedure starts with the registration, then generation, then validity, then extension, then updation, then rejection, then cancellation, and finally consolidation. Let me explain this one by one. First one is registration. Now, what is registration? Registration is where I told you in the beginning, I told you, you have to get yourself registered in the website eablegst.gov.in. If you already have a GST number, only thing is you have to generate the new login ID for this particular website. Otherwise, if you do not have a GST number, then you have to get yourself, being a transporter, if you do not have one, you have to get yourself registered for e-waybill. By giving the Aadhaar card, you have to register, because you will not have the GST number. You have to give your PAN number, you have to give your Aadhaar number. Like how you register, you give your name, address, email ID, address for communication. So with the necessary proofs you give, isn't it like that? You have to give the register and get a login ID. If you do not have a login ID, you cannot generate e-waybill. Okay. Next one is generation. Next slide, sir. The first step. Method of generation, I already told you, it is only a repetition here. Using a web-based system, using an SMS facility, using an Android app, or bulk generation, using site-to-site integration, or using GSPs. These are the various ways in which you can generate an e-waybill. Next slide, sir. Part of the e-waybill. Now we'll see what is that the e-waybill contains. The e-waybill will have the main part is part A of e-waybill. If you can see on the screen here, it contains what? GST of the supplier and the or the recipient. Okay, why it is R given? Because sometimes the recipient may be consumers like you and me. The name may not be known. So it will be and R. But GSTN of the supplier is mandatory. Place of delivery, where the goods are to be delivered. Invoice number or challan number. If it is a taxable transaction, tax invoice number. If it is not a taxable transaction, bill of supply. If it is only movement of goods without supply, it is delivery challan. So any of the document, these three will be the documents, either this or that or that. So you have to give the respective number. Then value of the goods. The HSN code, you know what HSN code is right now. Reasons for transport. Why are you transporting? For personal use or for a job work, like that there will be menus. So who needs to fill the information? If the supplier knows all the details, he has to fill. If the recipient knows, he has to fill. If the e-commerce operator knows, he has to fill. If the transporter knows, he has to fill. So they have to fill part A of e-waybill, right? So we are talking about generation. This is what is now we have generated part A of e-waybill. Remember, there is a difference between commencement of journey and commencement of movement. Supposing, let me just give an example here. Okay. We'll take as one Miss Ratnamala in the chat box. I will just take it as an example. Supposing but Ratnamala has requested to share yesterday third session attendance and feedback link. I think I request you to not talk about attendance and feedback link right now. Please wait until the session is over, because the purpose of listening to the session is understand the concepts. You might miss the concepts. Okay, Ms. Ratnamala. Assuming that I am going to send you certain goods, right? Through an e-waybill. I am a registered person, so I have to send the goods. I have to write my GST number, my address, then your address, then your place of delivery, then invoice number, the value of goods, the HSN code, the reasons for transport. Then I have to say for personal, whatever might be. I have to fill all the details in part A. So when you place the order to me, I start preparing the invoice. The movement is said to have commenced. When will the journey commence? After I hand over the details to the courier, after I hand over the details to the transporter, the journey will commence. But e-waybill has to be part A. There are two parts to the e-waybill, part A and part B. Part A will be generated before the commencement of movement. Part B will be generated at the time of before the commencement of journey. Because see, I will send these goods to a courier service, right? This courier will have so many parcels will come from so many persons. So here, the minute I give, he will not take my courier and go. He will collect the parcels from various persons and then he will put it in one vehicle and send it. So that time the journey is set to commence. So that time only he will fill by which vehicle by good is moving. Okay, you have to appreciate this particular difference. So next slide, sir. Part B of e-waybill. Part B of e-waybill contains a transport document number and vehicle number. Transport document number and vehicle number. So this is what is the difference between part A and part B. Part A consists of the details of the goods to whom it is being sent. Part B will consist only of the vehicle number, nothing else. Only of the vehicle number and the transport document number. Next slide, please. Now we'll see how far is this particular e-waybill valid. The e-waybill is valid for 1 day, right? If the distance is up to 100 kilometers, for one additional day every 100 kilometers. Let us assume the distance between my house and Ratnamala's house is 550 kilometers. The distance between my house and Ratnamala's house is 550 kilometers. I am sending a particular item to Miss Ratnamala. Today is 28th of November. Can you please tell me how many days will it take seeing the screen? 1 day is 100 kilometers. Up to 100 kilometers, the validity is 1 day. I am telling the distance from my house and Ratnamala's house is 550 kilometers. So what will be the validity of e-waybill? How many days will it be valid? Can you please answer? Arshita says 5 days. Moses says 6 days. Shanta says 5.5 days. Mr. Mohammed says 5.5 days. Okay, let me answer this or answer these queries. 6 days is the correct answer, Mr. Moses. Even Dr. Sarvesh Rao says 6 days. Exactly. Shubhadra 6 days. 6 days is the right answer because for 1 day, for every 100 kilometers is 1 day. So for 500 kilometers, it is 5 days. The anything up to 100 kilometers will be 1 day. Those the remaining 50 kilometers will not be taken as half a day. It will also be taken as 1 day. So if I generate an e-waybill today is 28th of November. So 28, 26, 28, 29, 30. November only has the 30. So December 1st, 2nd, 3rd. So up to by e-waybill will be valid up to 3rd December. If I generate today for 6 days from today, 3rd December. Here the timing is not the criteria at all. If I generate this particular e-waybill today morning, this morning at 6 o'clock also, it will be 3rd December. Supposing if I generate this e-waybill at 11:55 p.m. today, okay, up to 11:55 p.m. today, also it will be 3rd December only, because it is not a 24 hours, it is a day that is being calculated, not the 24 hours that is being calculated. I hope I made myself very clear on this aspect. One additional day. One additional day means for every 100 kilometers or part thereof. If the cargo is not in the proper dimension, for every 20 kilometers, there will be 1 day limit. Say, for example, you must have heard of these windmills that are being transported, right? The windmills will be in semi-knocked out condition. The trunk will go in one container. The head of the fan will go in one container. The wings of the fan will go in another container. So because it is not over dimension, isn't it? You cannot specify the dimension as to length and breadth and quantity and all those stuff. So for such type of cargo, the limit is 1 day for every 20 kilometers. For all other cargos, it is 1 day for every 100 kilometers. Next slide, sir. Next slide. Yeah, this you can skip it. I've already explained that to you. Next slide. Validity extension. So for some reason, delay due to vehicle breakdown, natural calamity. 2 days back, we had the Nivar storm in the coastal areas of Tamil Nadu. So in that case, the goods will not move, the lorries will not be permitted to move from one place to another. So something, for some reason, law and order issue, accident of conveyance, for any reason, if there is the problem with the e-waybill, then the validity can be extended between 8 hours before and 8 hours after the expiry time. So in the example that I told you, 28th is the starting date, 3rd December is the ending date. So before 8 hours before 3rd December, you can extend the validity as the case may be. Next slide, please. Updation. So now I told you, only when the part B is completed, e-waybill is complete. Okay. Otherwise, printout of EWB would be invalid for movement of goods. I am talking about movement of goods. When you want the goods to move, it has to simple, isn't it? When there is no vehicle number, how can be sure that goods are moving? Only when the vehicle number is there, you will know that the goods are moving. So e-waybill is complete only when part B is entered. So this vehicle number can be generated n number of times. I have an example whereby I can show you how this movement takes place. Okay. So you can keep adding any number of vehicle number. Next. Supposing in the example that I told you that I am taking the goods from my place to Ratnamala. Let us assume I am hiring a taxi. I have a taxi, maybe own conveyance, let us assume. In own conveyance, I am sending the goods to the railway station. Okay, so one e-waybill from my place to the railway station. Then in the railways parcel, I am sending the goods. So assuming that it reaches Telangana, Telangana state it reaches. So for that one for that one extra next vehicle number, the e-waybill, remember the e-waybill is only one, but the number of vehicle is different because from my place to the Chennai railway station, taxi, for that one vehicle number. Then from Chennai railway station to Telangana railway station, one vehicle number, because now that is by rail. Then from Telangana railway station to Ratnamala's house, maybe a bus. I'm a hypothetical example. Maybe the goods are taken by a bus. So another vehicle number. So there are three vehicles, three mode of transport in a single e-waybill. These three vehicles you have to keep updating your number. This is what is very, very important. Next slide, please. So by updation,
It means that updating vehicle number, not updating the e-waybill. Meaning to say, once you have generated part A of e-waybill, it cannot be changed. It cannot be changed. It will be permanent in nature. But only you can only cancel. You cannot change the recipient name. You cannot change the address name. You cannot do any changes, right? I mean, you might think slightly confusing. How many of you are using Amazon to buy goods in this group? How many of you are using Amazon to buy goods in this group? Okay, Mridula, when you are buying the goods from Amazon, supposing you put the wrong address, what do you do? So many, Arshita, so many, thank you. One of you answer, if you are going to buy, if you are going to put the wrong address, then what do you do? Supposing you have ordered a teacup, okay, which you want to gift it to your friend. By mistake, you put your address for delivery. What do you do? Customer service will not change, Mridula. You have to cancel this and then only you can place a fresh order. They never change in Amazon. They never change the address. It is so in many of the e-commerce transactions. So what you do is only thing is you can only cancel. You cannot change the address. Same way, you can, yes, Ritu, it is only cancellation. Same way, e-waybill wrongly generated can only be cancelled. You cannot change the recipient name. You cannot change the quantity. You cannot change the GST number. Nothing you can do. Only thing is you can only update the vehicle number. Next slide, sir. Right. See, supposing what you can do. Supposing rejection. In what happens? Suppose only option available is to reject. There is something wrong in the bill. The only option is only to reject the bill, telling that it does not belong to you. Like instead of Ratnamala's address, I put somebody else's address, and the address, the person sees that there is an e-waybill which is coming. You don't even know the goods. See, sometimes there is a returning option in Amazon, isn't it? To say the goods does not belong to me, or wrong came like that. You have to tick and send it back, isn't it? Same logic only. You have to reject the e-waybill. There is a provision in by online you can go on reject the e-waybill, because every time whenever an e-waybill is generated in your name, an SMS you will get if you are a registered person telling that some e-waybill is generated in your name. So you go into the website and see if it belongs to you. If it does not belong to you, you can immediately reject the e-waybill. It is as simple as that. Next slide. The only condition is that within 72 hours you have to give the rejection. If you don't give your reply or reason within 72 hours, or that is, even if you keep silent, your e-waybill cannot be rejected. If you are silent, that means you are accepting that it is your e-waybill. Next one is cancellation. So who can cancel? Only the person who can generate can cancel. Like in the Amazon example that I told you, you have placed the order, so you can only cancel. Same way, you have generated the e-waybill, you can only cancel. It can be cancelled within 24 hours before verification of the officer. Supposing the officer has verified the movement of goods, then it is very difficult. So you have to always cancel it immediately in case you think that it is a wrong e-waybill that has been generated. Okay, next slide, please. This is regarding cancellation. Consolidation. Like in the example that I told you, I am sending a parcel to Miss Ratnamala, and so many, there is a courier company, ABC company. Okay. The ABC company will receive the goods from so many persons, right? The ABC company will receive goods from so many persons. Let me take the example of, hypothetically, let us assume Mr. Moses, Dr. Sarvesh Rao, Miss Akila, Miss Mridula, Miss Arshita, Miss Ritu, all of you are in Chennai. Okay. All of us are giving our goods to one transporter, ABC Limited. This transporter has to send all the goods to Dr. Ravi. Okay. This is the example that I am using. So what he will do, the transporter, as soon as I book, I will give it from my place. Dr. Sarvesh Ravi, Arshita, cancellation, you have to regenerate e-waybill once again. Registration will be permanent, only once in a time. Regeneration of e-waybill you have to do. Okay, so what we do is all of us are giving our parcel. All the parcels are delivered to Dr. Ravi. Okay, so the transporter will come and collect the parcel from each one of us, right? This each one of us, I might give for 25,000, you might give for 10,000, somebody else might give for 1 lakh. So depending upon the conditions, each one of us will have to generate e-waybill. If it is required, we'll generate. If we will not, we will not generate. But what happens? Who is going to carry all the parcels to Mr. Ravi? It is a transporter.
So the transporter has to generate something called a consolidated e-waybill, because he is only moving the goods from one place to another. His particular container will consist of 10 parcels. For all the 10 parcels, he has to generate a consolidated e-waybill. It is like a trip sheet that the transporter says. So if the officer is going to stop in between, he'll say, these are the 10 parcels that I am carrying, which are to be delivered to Dr. Ravi. Next slide, please. This is the website of, I'm sorry. This is the website. So here where you will fill e-waybill gst.gov.in. Just to make yourself familiarized with that, I'm just showing the website. Next slide, please. See, this is an important screen. Please see the screen very clearly. This is an e-waybill. Can you see here? This is a 12-digit number that is generated. It is an e-waybill date is there. Generated by is there. Valid from and valid to. What is this validity also? I explained to you how to calculate. GST of the recipient, place of delivery, invoice number, invoice date, value of goods, HSN code, reasons for transportation. And can you see here part B here? You can see also the vehicle number. So after completing the vehicle number only, goods are permitted to move. This is how a normal e-waybill will look like. Can you see here the black color thing on top, which we call it as the QR code, quick response code. Next slide, please. So part A and part B, I told you it is compulsory generation of both. Supposing if e-waybill is not generated, you have to pay 100% of the tax as fine or 10,000 rupees, whichever is higher. So the penalty is very huge. So you, the dealer cannot escape from generation of e-waybill. Next slide, please. Now that it is explained in detail, sir, you can go for the bullet points. Yes, exactly. It helps for cost reduction, of course, efficient transportation, because when the e-waybill is proper, the movement is smooth. Nobody is going to stop you on the way. You don't have to wait for a longer time to get a clearance from each territory. It is user friendly because even in an app, in your mobile number, it's a mobile phone itself, you can generate an e-waybill. It avoids taxation because when there is no movement of goods, there will be taxation, the tax that will be avoided. So when the movement of goods is proved, that means goods are moving and there is no bill traders that are existing. Ease of doing business, smooth moving, isn't self-servicing. You can generate your own e-waybill and clear. Abolition of check post, I told you how it is being abolished. Transparency, tax collection. These are the various benefits of e-waybill. Next slide, please. Features of e-waybill: personalized dashboard for the user. Like, you know what a dashboard is, right? In Google, you have a dashboard where all your contents will be your Google Drive, then your GPay, your Gmail, like that. You have this on the right side of the mail. When you have, if you have a Gmail, you'll appreciate. I do not know how it looks in other mail formats. In Gmail, if you see right side, there will be 9 dots. If you click on the 9 dots, all relating to your Google account will be displayed, right? So like that, you have a personalized dashboard. Then you can see the preview of e-waybill. Multi-vehicle updation is allowed, right? You can select the document. Is very, very user friendly. Auto population of the state. If you put the pin code, the state name will be auto populated. And standard rates of goods also. Every time you don't have to check the rates. If you type the name of the good, the rates, the actual rates will be automatically populated. Next slide, please. Next slide, sir. Yeah. Additional fields are there. Then supposing whenever there is an e-waybill that is generated for more than 10 crores, whenever there is a problem for more than 10 crores, then you will get an SMS. Somebody has generated an e-waybill of 10 crores because by mistake we might have put 10 extra, or instead of putting 0.0, you must have removed a decimal point. So these are technical errors, isn't it? Clerical errors. So you will get an SMS alerting you. That way you can check and reject the e-waybill. Then transporter ID is compulsory for part A. Then duplicate generation cannot be done because one invoice, one e-waybill. You cannot have two e-waybills for the same invoice. Entry for shipping address in case of export of supply. Bill to ship to model has to be also to be mentioned. Sir, is there a problem in continuing the slide, sir? Hello? Sir, is there a problem? Hello?
Ma'am,
Participant?
ma'am, 1 minute, ma'am. I think Mr. Venkatesh has logged out from the session, ma'am. He is sharing your PPT. I think
Okay.
there is a problem from there, and ma'am, just we'll check it out, ma'am. We'll
No
just-
problem. Otherwise, you are able to hear, no, I mean.
Yeah, we are getting the point, ma'am.
Okay, fine. Then that case, I'll just keep talking, okay? And the latest developments is, as I told you,
Yeah,
if you are
madam,
not...
madam, 1 second. Venkatesh got the power problem. Another device he is going to join. 1 minute. He is going to
Okay,
join
sir.
from.
Then I will wait. No problem. I'll wait. I will wait.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll just keep talking by the time he just
Yes. Yes.
you get
Yes,
that,
ma'am,
okay?
please.
So that let us not waste the time.
Yeah.
So this is how the entire e-waybill thing works, is automatic blocking. When there is this automatic blocking where if you are not going to file your returns regularly, then you cannot generate e-waybill. You have to file the returns, then you have to come to unblock the e-waybill, and then only you'll be able to file the returns. Then another beauty is whenever you feed the pin code in the system, the state data will be automatically generated. Then blocking you cannot, friends, let me tell you, you cannot generate multiple e-waybills for the same invoice. The same way, you cannot have one e-waybill for multiple invoices also. It is always one bill, one invoice, one bill, one invoice. It has got to definitely go in only in that proportion. Then this extension is possible. Any number of extensions, any number of additions you can always make. Then there is one new facility that is allowed, verification of vehicle number through Vahan database. There is a website called vahan.nic.in. Yeah, in case you have to verify your vehicle there, you can verify any vehicle in vahan.nic.in. Okay, you have to verify the vehicle number. You can just type your vehicle number and see. And if you are able to see that, that means your vehicle is properly registered. If you are not able to see, that means your vehicle is not at all registered. It is a stolen vehicle. You can identify that. So now what the e-waybill generation, e-waybill is doing is, as soon as you feed the vehicle number in the system, the e-waybill system itself will go and verify in Vahan website whether your vehicle is updated there. If it is not updated there, it will throw a pop-up message telling that, see, this vehicle number is not registered. So it will just give you a warning that there is some mistake in the vehicle number that you are fed into, right? You also have the common enrollment for the transporters. What is common enrollment for the transporters? As I told you, a transporter will have his vehicles across the country, right? He will not be having one state. He might have transportation services in the entire country. In such cases, in such transportation services, he can get a common enrollment number. Like I told you, in case of GST registration, it is state-wise. One state, one registration. You don't have to ask the transport to have one e-waybill registration for one state. He can have one common enrollment number for the entire country. Okay. And one more facility, one more facility that this particular e-waybill portal offering is that it also gives a list of e-waybill which are to be expired. I told you, isn't it? When the validity closes, the e-waybill loses its value. So after that, you cannot move your vehicle, you cannot transport the goods. So by seeing the list in the system, you can just check with the supplier as to, see, my e-waybill is expired. The e-waybill is expiring. Why the goods are not yet received? Like that, you can question him and you can explain that. So now, just a minute.
He's about to join, madam.
No problem, sir, because I've just come to the end of the session.
Yeah.
There was one slide which I thought when I show it will be more easier for the participants.
Once we see that, I'll conclude my session. In the meantime, until the screen is shared, the participants can ask any questions if they have on this 1.5 hour session on e-Wable, so that let us not waste time, and also stop the next speaker who is waiting, to reduce his time of speech. There's one finest example of e-Wable. I mean, the practical example. I just wanted to show it on the screen, and to conclude my session today.
Participants, you have any queries regarding these e-Wables, you can contact madam. You can share your views on chat box.
Yeah, they can share your no, it is one, no, Ms. Shanta, it is one e-Wable for one invoice. That's all. In the invoice, you can put multiple goods. It is not goods based, it is invoice based. Okay, participants, can you see the screen that I'm showing here?
Yes, madam. Yes. No problem.
Okay, fine. This is the only thing that I want to show it to you. Can you see here? See, the consigner here. One minute, I'll just show you so that you'll be able to appreciate this. Just a minute.
Change the camera position. Yeah.
No problem. Yes, so can you see here? See, the consigner here is Mr. Satya. So he is sending goods worth of 1 lakh of rupees. He is using India carriers, right? Through India carriers is the transporter. He is delivering the goods to consignee Mr. Anand. Okay. So what happens exactly is, he is first sending the India carrier. Mr. Satya will inform India carrier to deliver the goods to Mr. Anand. Okay. So here, part A of the e-Wable, Satya will enter. Satya will enter his name, his details, everything. Completely, he will enter all the details here. So part A of the e-Wable will be generated. After that, he will send the goods to India carrier. India carrier will first send Amar, vehicle number KM1234 for 300 kilometers. Then after this, first part B will be filled with Amar's vehicle number. Okay. From Amar, it will go to another vehicle. The vehicle movement will be there. Vehicle number VL5678. From Amar, the vehicle will be moved to Akbar's vehicle for the next 500 kilometers. This is how it normally happens. Okay. Next one, from Akbar, he will update the vehicle number. He will send the goods through Anthony. Finally, it will reach the consignee. This is how things work. So there will be one e-Wable for the entire transaction from Satya to Anand. So the data will not change. Part A will not change. The 12-digit number will not change. The three vehicles, Amar, Akbar, and Anthony, these three vehicles, they will keep changing their vehicle number, updating the vehicle number until the final goods reach Mr. Anand. So one e-Wable, one invoice. This is how the entire system of e-Wable works. I just wanted to show this to you so that you will appreciate the way in which goods are moving, the way in which e-Wable is generated. So with this 1.5 hours that is given to me, I hope I am able to, concise everything and put a shell of 1.5 hours speech on e-Wable. There is some questions, I think, in the chat box. I'll just see. There are some questions. E-Wable is only present from
for a previous day, you can never generate, sir. From the day on which you generate, the validity will depend on the distance that you travel. That's it. So thank you for your patient listening, and extremely sorry for the interruption that happened.
అవసరం screen sharing.
So thank you very much. I will see you tomorrow on valuation rules. Thank you so much.
Sir, shall I proceed for vote of thanks, sir?
Yes, madam. Karna madam, please.
Yeah.
Thank you, madam. Renka madam, thank you.
Thank you and sorry, sir, because of that interruption.
No, technical things cannot do, and his part also is a power has gone, so that problem is there. Yeah, Karna madam, please.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Sir, thank you very much, madam, for such a nice session, ma'am. In spite of some technical glitches at the initial stage, ma'am, you gave your best, ma'am. The session is very informative and interactive, enlightened us on the various concepts of e-way bill with live examples. And it was very impressive, ma'am. PPT slide that you explained the entire process of e-way bill very lucidly. Further in this session, ma'am educated the participants on required document, e-way bill exemptions, generation of e-way bill in various methods, and also explained in detail the various contents of e-way bill, validity, rejection, and cancellation, and also showed some models of e-way bill in official website and other related issue. Thank you very much, ma'am, for sparing your valuable time and made this session very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. I will share after tomorrow. I will send my entire presentation to the organizers, which they can share it with the participants.
Sure. Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sir, I think Murali sir is also already joined. Dear participants, one thing is when the resource person is presenting, don't ask for the attendance list and feedbacks. We don't bother about that. We'll take care about that, because frequently I am taking the screenshots. Frequently I am watching your participants who are there in the Zoom and all those things. I am recording everything. So if we are genuine participant and we are listening through that, anything is missed, we will take care and we will provide the link. Don't worry about that. For that purpose, don't state the resource persons. So because when the resource person is asking about the doubts and all those things, you are asking about attendance list, that is not the correct way. You are not respecting the resource persons, is not a good thing. Okay, please, if you don't bother about the attendance and other things, please listen the class, concentrate on the this class and get the benefit from the resource persons. Then later stage, we think about attendance, we will provide. Don't worry about that. Any backlog attendance also we try to provide on the base of your presence in this Zoom room. I will take care. Okay, thank you. Karna madam, sir is ready. I think you can go ahead.
Okay, sir. Welcome back to all to the second session of 7-day National Online Workshop on Financial Literacy on Income Tax and GST, a practical approach sponsored under RUSA 2.0. Further to move on, we have with us very enriched and experienced resource person, Mr. C.A. J. Morali, going to deal second and third sessions on supply of goods and service and time and place of supply of goods and services. SAR is a fellow member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India and has practiced for more than 3 decades, having his own firm in KK Nagar, Chennai. SAR has wide practice in tax-related matters, especially in indirect taxes. He completed his graduation and master's in commerce from Annamalai University and did his MBA from Periyar University. He is an associate member of Institute of Cost Accountants of India. Further, he is an expert committee member of the Hindustan Chambers of Commerce for the past 15 years and acting as chairman of Indirect Taxes Committee for the year 2020-21 of Hindustan Chamber of Commerce, and also co-chairman of GST Committee of Andhra Chambers of Commerce for the past 10 years. He was a member for Indirect Taxes Committee of SIRC of ICAI for the year 2008-9 and president for Association of Chartered Accountants of India, Chennai for the year 2018 and 19. Sir is a member of the study group formed by the ICAI for TNVAT and TNVAT audit, and is a founder member of the Chamber of Indirect Tax Professionals and latest president of the organization. SAR is the first president of International Chamber of Indirect Tax Professionals for the year 2013-14 and also addressed in many forums on indirect taxes and faculty for indirect taxes for continuous professional education committee of ICAI New Delhi and is a GST trainer recognized by ICAI and has addressed meeting in all the three professional bodies like CA, CMA and ACS and is a visiting faculty in the Staff Training Institute of the Commercial Taxes Department and he authored various books on TN VAT audit for professionals and co-author in e-way bill handbook ICAI. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation and we are privileged to have your enriched practical experience in this workshop. Sir, we welcome you to hand over this session. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for your nice introduction. I first of all want to thank Mr. Dr. Ravi Kumar and Dr. Sandhya Rani.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you.
They have contacted us and because of that we are now presenting the papers to you. And I think they have been impressed with our program in Bardiyar University. We have taken a session in Bardiyar University. So from there they have asked me to come and today I'm going to deal with supply first, then place of supply and time of supply in the next 1.5 hours. I think you can share the PPT, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir. I'm sharing, sir.
Yes, sir. Because I don't want to make some more confusion by opting for doing the presentation myself.
Yes.
I don't want to waste time of the friends who are there in large number. And very interestingly, the topic which I am going to take should be the first topic for the GST. Because till now you have understood what is e-way bill, what is returns, everything you have understood. But you have not understood what is supply. The supply is the only thing which is to be taxed under GST. And in all supplies are liable to be taxed under GST. So if you go through my slides, only thing you'll have to listen to my presentation. So my presentation will be very, what I can say, it will be like place in water and you can see the top and bottom of the slides. And there will not be any confusion and you can understand what I want to say. And I have been addressing for the last 28 years in indirect taxes forums. So that means I have somewhat experience. Probably many of you may not be 28 years. So in that case, it is always better to accept and listen to what I am saying. Sir, you can go to next slide, sir. This is the first slide. What is supply? It is very important to know the supply. Only if you understand supply, you can appreciate GST. The supply may be for furtherance of business. For example, if I want to send one book to Mr. Ravi Kumar or Dr. Ravi Kumar, that is not a transaction of sale. That may be a transaction because of love and affection. I am sending some books to Dr. Ravi Kumar. If he has made the payment to me and I am giving the book to him, then the supply will become taxable supply. Sir, next slide, sir. So all forms of supply is accessible to tax under GST. That is the best thing what they have done. You can see any transaction made or agreed to be made for a valid consideration by a person in the course of furtherance of business. That means any transaction with the concept of business is liable to be taxed. The example what they have given is sale, transfer, barter, exchange, license, rental, leases, and disposal. All are liable to be taxed in the GST. We will go one by one. What is sale? Sale was governed by Sale of Goods Act under the erstwhile Sales Tax Act. Now you are having goods and services. Therefore, sales tax, that is the Sale of Goods Act, will have no relevance here. So when you say it is a concept of sale, there should be a valid consideration and the transfer of property. Though you will have to agree for transfer of property. Then if I want to transfer my vehicle to Dr. Ravi Kumar, it can be a lease transaction. In the erstwhile regime, that is under the VAT regime, when I give the full control of the vehicle, I will have to pay service tax. If I am not giving full control of the vehicle, then doctor will have to pay VAT. And what happened when central government and state government come together, the assessee will say it is not a transfer, therefore you need not come and collect tax. Now both the persons are single person, that is central government and state government come together and collect. Therefore the leasing transaction is also liable to be taxed. Then rental transaction. What is rental transaction? If I give my commercial place for hire and ask a person to have his shop in the commercial place, then he will have to pay 18% tax to me. I will submit the return and pay the taxes to him, so that he can take input tax credit of what he has given. Then exchange. Even in exchange, we are liable to pay GST. And whatever disposal, what is disposal? When I sell my business as a whole, I will have to pay tax. But the condition is there. If I am giving my business as a going concern, what is a going concern? I will have to hand over entire assets and entire liabilities. If I am giving like that, then it is not liable to be taxed under GST. So all forms of supply are liable to be taxed under GST. Next slide, sir. Then what is import of service? For a valid consideration, in the course of furtherance of a business, a person import services from other end. I will give you a hypothetical example. The GST was introduced on 1st July 2017 in middle of the year. So at that point of time, I have a branch in Singapore where GST is in vogue. So what I do, I ask my Singapore branch to send me the software for raising the bill. They send the software for raising the bill. Normally, if I have purchased that software from elsewhere, I should have paid a tax. So for this transaction also, I will have to pay tax and take input tax credit. This is called as import of service. And in the erstwhile regime, when you import the goods and pay AED, additional excise duty, you need not pay VAT. If you pay CVD, you need not pay central excise duty. Now, what happened? They have given the concession to all. Whoever imports will pay tax under IGST, and that tax can be utilized by him in the future transaction. But only thing is that tax which was reported in bill of entry should be claimed in the month in which it is imported, and the input can be adjusted immediately. So that is the case of registering with the act. So we can, and for import of service, supply of an service where the supplier of service is outside the country, recipient is in the inside the country, and the service located inside the country. So if all the three are going together, it is called as import of service. Next slide, sir. We are dividing supply as per schedule 1, 2, 3. Then as per taxability, taxable, exempted, zero rated, business use, personal use. As per execution, intrastate and interstate. As per the nature of transaction, composite transaction or mixed supply. Composite supply or mixed supply. I will explain one by one in a simple way. As per schedule, the schedule 1 is normally for goods, schedule 2 for services, schedule 3 may be for goods or may be for services. So normally schedule 1 will deal with the rate of tax for the individual commodity. So whatever rate is decided in that, if it is a transaction between two different states, you will have to pay IGST tax, integrated GST tax. If it is a transaction within the same state where you are living, then you will have to pay CGST and SGST of the particular state in which you are living. There is no confusion in that. Schedule 2 will be for services where the rate of tax is mentioned. You will want to follow the schedule 2. Schedule 3 may be a good or may be a service. I will have the amendments incorporated in the slides and you can go through the slides. I will explain one by one. Then as per taxability, taxable transaction or
అక్కడ పోయి పెట్టరాదమ్మా, ఇక వాళ్ళకి నువ్వు ఒకేసారి పోయి దాకా రాదండి పోయి ఇక్కడ ఏదో ఆరిపోతున్నట్టు వచ్చాను.
Taxable transaction or exempted transaction or zero rated transaction, business use, personal use. What is taxable transaction? When your schedule says you will have to pay tax, and if you are paying tax for that particular transaction, it is called as taxable transaction. Then there is a schedule for exempted transaction, like rice sold without brand name. It is exempted in the state of Tamil Nadu and it is also exempted in the state of Telangana. If you are selling the same rice with brand name, say Taj Mahal brand basmati rice or Double Deer brand basmati rice, if you sell like that and that trademark is already registered, you will have to pay 5% tax, because agriculturists are exempted from tax. If you have trade name, you are a businessman, you will have to pay tax. So the 5% tax will be there. Then comes zero rated tax. The export transaction, the sales to exporter, then 100% UOU transactions and SEZ transactions are called as zero rated transaction. Why they call it as zero rated transaction? It is also a taxable transaction, taxable at 0%. Why this anomaly is explained, you will have to understand. Under the GST Act, you can adjust your input provided your transaction is a taxable transaction, right? If I am exporting my goods to foreign country and I have purchased raw material by paying tax, the tax I cannot export to foreign country. I will have to get refund from the GST of the Indian government. Then if I have not given letter of undertaking, if I have not given letter of undertaking, then I will have to pay tax on exports, and the tax will be reimbursed by customs department, not by the GST department. If I have given LUT, I need not pay tax on the output. I will have to take refund from the input whatever I have already paid. So this is the very interesting move. If they say it is exempted transaction, then the input tax credit whatever available will be lapses to government. then the tax will be bordered to the goods and the tax will be exported to foreign country, which the government does not want. Therefore, they say it is reimbursed. Then business use. When I am using some, for example, I have purchased a computer and I am using the computer for my office use. I am going to earn income from the computer. Then it is in the concept of furtherance of business. When it is in the concept of furtherance of business, I will have to take the input tax credit, whatever is available on the purchase of that product. Then personal use. If I purchase a car for my own use, the car is in negative list, I cannot take the input tax credit. What I will do, I will add the tax value and claim depreciation on total. Under the GST provision, you are not, when you are taking input tax credit, you are not supposed to claim depreciation on the input tax value. So it is very reasonable and we can understand it in a simpler way. Then when I use the product for my personal use, it is not connected to business. Therefore, it is not liable to be eligible for claim of input tax credit. Then as per execution, if I am selling the goods in the state of Tamil Nadu, I will have to pay two taxes. Say the rate of tax is 18%, I will have to pay 9% to central government and 9% to Tamil Nadu state government. If I am selling the same product to Telangana, I will have to charge interstate IGST, integrated GST. So in the erstwhile regime, when you pay tax under CST, it is your cost. Because of that, the product value will increase. And incidentally, in the present regime, it is not so. The interstate transaction are more beneficial because you can adjust that either with the central government levy or with the state government levy. Then as per the nature of transaction, it is composite supply or mixed supply. Composite supply, you will have to understand the concept. When two or more naturally bundled events are taken together, then the rate of tax of the principal service will apply to the ancillary service. That means if I am going by Shatabdi Express from Chennai to Coimbatore, I have purchased a ticket. In Shatabdi, there is no non-AC coach, only AC coach is there. In that case, I will have to pay GST on the air condition charges. That means I will have to pay 18% tax on the air conditioner charges. If I like or not, they will provide me with some food. The food is normally taxable at 5%. But if it is given in the train, it is taxable at 18%, like the principal service. So therefore, composite service is when two or more naturally bundled events are taken together, the rate of primary event will apply to the rate of secondary event. Then comes mixed supply. What is mixed supply? When two or more not naturally bundled events are taken together, the highest rate will apply for all. Okay, for example, I want to gift to Mr. Ravi Kumar that a fruit bouquet. I was told that he likes Cadbury's chocolate. What I do, I purchase a fruit bouquet for 2000 rupees. Then I hold one chocolate of 10 rupees in that. The Cadbury's chocolate is accessible at 28%. So when I give the fruit basket with Cadbury's chocolate, the entire value of 2020 is liable at 28%, because the 10 rupees what I am paying is for the chocolate is 28% liability is there. Then entire transaction will be assembled like that. So when you want to have a pricing structure, you should have it properly. Otherwise, you may incur in loss. Next slide, please. Schedule 1 activities. Schedule activities made or agreed to be made without a consideration. Then we will go to the next slide. Permanent transfer or disposal of business where GST ITC has been availed on such assets. Say for example, if I have a company like J. Murali and Co. and I want to transfer the entire company as a going concern to Mr. Ravi Kumar, Dr. Ravi Kumar, then he will have to take all the liabilities and all the assets together as a going concern. If he takes like that, then there is no liability under GST. Otherwise, if he want to take computer separately, my car separately, and my office at the place separately, then he will have to pay tax for everything. So it is very interesting to note that when the assets are taken on a going concern concept, that is, even the J. Murali and Co. will be conducted by Dr. Ravi Kumar sir. So when he conducts the business, he can continue forever. So in that case, it becomes a transaction. And the only thing for this, the document here is, there is a memorandum of understanding between me and Dr. Ravi Kumar. The memorandum of understanding will make the transaction as nil transaction. Then next slide, sir. The related person or distinct person. Normally, if I ask a question whether GST is a new act, everybody will say it is a new act. But only the person who has the knowledge of other acts will appreciate a fact it is a cluster of various acts. For example, they have taken everything from the VAT, service tax and the excise. Then they have taken 3 items from income tax. The 3 items are TDS, TCS and the related party transaction. That related person is available under the GST. And very interestingly, if I have a branch in Chennai, Tirupati, then Bangalore, then at Thiruvananthapuram, all the branches will have same PAN number. And they will have same registration in all the 4 states. The transaction between my Chennai branch and Tirupati branch is liable for transaction. If I stock transfer goods, I will have to pay tax. Tirupati branch will take the credit. Similarly, when I am sending the goods between Chennai to Bengaluru, Bengaluru will pay tax and take input tax credit. Similarly, it is going for next transaction. But underline the word furtherance of business. It is for the betterment of business. They should have done it. Next slide, sir. So these are all related party transaction. So when there is a employer-employee relationship is there, the rate of tax will be, the value of the consideration will be very less. For example, if I want to give my car to my staff, then if the car value is 2 lakhs under the market value, I will give the car to my staff for 1 lakh. The officer will come and say it is a related party transaction. You will have to value it in the market value, or you will have to see the supplementary value, then go ahead. Likewise, if I am selling my car to my daughter, normally when you sell to your daughter, you will sell for a lesser price, or you may not receive the consideration. You will have to book only in the books. But If I do that, it is a transaction of what I can say undervalued transaction. And this assessment was there in Tamil Nadu General Sales Tax Act, which was prior to that. Section 14 assessment was there. That assessment is reflected in related party transactions. Then, if there is a holding company and subsidiary company, the subsidiary company can control the holding company can control the subsidiary company and get whatever they want at a lesser value. So therefore, in that transaction, what I can say related party transaction will be there, and you will have to pay more tax. Then when there is a transaction between partners, naturally the value will be less, and for that you will have to pay more tax. And if it is a transaction between directors, then directors will not pay full value. You will have to assess and pay at the market value. Then when you have a sole selling agent who sells all your product, there is a transaction between you and him. It will not be for the correct value. Therefore, you will have to pay more tax for that. Next slide, please. No, you will have to go to the previous slide. Next. Next. Next slide. No. You will have to go to the slide where you go to the next slide and next slide. Next slide. When there is a transaction between employer and employee to the maximum value of 50,000 rupees in a year, then it is not liable to be taxed. For example, there is a staff in your office who has undergone some 25 years of service. So what you do, you are giving the person a watch, and the watch is valued at 15,000 rupees. Then in that transaction, it is not a transaction to be assessed. The 50,000 limit is for every employee. So you will have to kindly note, and don't explain this before any officer, then they will amend the act. Next slide, please. So distinct person. When head office in Tamil Nadu, the state code is 33, followed by my PAN number, and 01 is the first branch. Then I have a branch in Kerala. 32 is the state code, followed by the PAN number, and 02 is the branch number. Then factory at Karnataka, 29, followed by PAN number, and 03 is the branch number. Then go down at Pondicherry, 34 state code, then ABCD PAN number, 04 is the transaction, branch transaction. If I effect a transfer of stock from Tamil Nadu to Kerala, Karnataka, Puducherry, I will have to pay respective tax as a stock transfer. The respective branch will take the stock transfer as their input tax credit and avail the benefit. Next slide, please. Supply of goods on behalf of principal and agent. If the principal and agent are in the same state, then only the principal will account the transaction. Agent need not account the transaction. Similarly, when principal in Tamil Nadu, agent in Telangana, in that case, agent will have a registration in the name of principal and do the transaction, pay tax on behalf of principal, and deliver the goods after deducting the commission from principal. So this concept is called principal and agent relation. If I am the principal in Chennai and Mr. X is my agent in Chennai, then I will account the transaction of Mr. X, who is my agent. Therefore, agent will not have separate registration in the state of Tamil Nadu. Next. Related persons or establishments outside India, import of services, taxable person for furtherance of business. This is what I explained as a billing software obtained from Singapore when the GST was introduced. Therefore, it is liable for taxation, and we will go to the next slide. Activities specified in Schedule 2 treated either as supply of goods or service. Transfer. What is transfer? When I transfer my house for a valid consideration after obtaining completion certificate, then it is not a transaction of sale under GST. Therefore, there is no GST tax to be paid. Whereas I will have to register the value under the Stamp Act. Then land and building. When the land is given for leasing to cultivate or to have some other factory shed, then it is liable for taxation. Then treatment or process, job work, which was explained in the previous session by Renuka Murali in a very nice way. Transfer of business assets, I have explained in the beginning the transfer of business asset. Supply of services. What is supply of services? When I do the chartered accountant profession and Dr. Ravi Kumar asked me to do some work for the Osmania University, then definitely I am doing a service to Osmania University and I will charge tax on the GST. Then composite supply, kindly go back to the example of Shatabdi train travel. Then supply of goods. Supply of goods is a transaction where I am exchanging my cell phone for a value to one of my client. So that means he is purchasing the cell phone and paying me cash. Therefore, it is liable to be taxed under the respective rate. Next slide, sir. When there is a transfer in title of goods, it is supply of goods. When there is a transfer in the right to use, then it is supply of services. Transfer of title on a future date, if it is for the hire purchase transaction, then supply of goods. I will give this with a proper example. I am handing over my car to Dilip Jagtap. So what I am doing, I ask Mr. Dilip to use my car and pay rent. So in that case, it is a supply of services. And Dilip says, I will purchase your car for 2 lakhs. Then it is supply of goods. And he says, I will supply from you, but I will enter into a transaction with my financier. Financier will pay the money to you. And after completion of the last installment, the car will be transferred to his name. That is supply of goods in a future date. Next slide, please. The transfer of title of goods, it is supply of goods. Transfer of title in goods under an agreement, goods shall pass at future date. Hire purchase agreement, it is supply of goods. Transfer of right in goods, that is a leasing transaction. It is a service liable for tax at 18%. Next slide, please. Land and building. If I am giving the land for tenancy, easement, license to occupy, supply of service. If it is for residential purpose, it is not coming under the GST Act, it is exempted service. If it is a commercial purpose, it is liable to be taxed. So when I give my property for rent to a commercial operation, then it is liable to be taxed at the as per the service contract. 18% tax will be levied. Next slide. Treatment or process, job work. What is job work? The job worker will do transaction on the raw material of a registered person. That means job worker need not be registered. Only the principal need to be registered. So when such being the case, the job worker will enter into an agreement and ask for the conversion rate with the principal. The principal will pay the rate as per the agreed norms. So the whatever money, if the job worker receives crosses 20 lakhs rupees, he is liable to be registered under GST Act. So treatment or process, it is a supply of service and liable to be taxed at the respective rate. Next slide, please. Transfer of business asset. I am transferring all the or disposal of business assets with or without consideration is supply of goods. I will explain this. Say for example, I have a old computer and I am selling the old computer in the market value. Say market value is 5,000 rupees. I am selling the computer for 5,000 rupees. I will have to pay necessary GST as per the computer norms. Then usage or making available business goods for other than business purpose. See, for example, I am allowing you to use my laptop other than the what I can say business purpose, then it is called as supply of service. If I close my business and hand over as a going concern to you, it is supply of goods, but exempt if business transferred as going concern, exempt if business is carried on by a representative. I can give you a hypothetical example. When there are two partners and the two partners are aged, they want to close the business. They identify the son of partner A and hand over as a legal representative or representative of the erstwhile organization. In that case, it is a transaction of going concern, not liable to be taxed. So next slide, please. Supply of services. Renting of immovable property for commercial construction, commercial occupation is liable for taxation. If it is for the residential purpose, it is not liable for taxation. Then construction, addition, alteration, replacement or remodeling consideration received before issuance of completion certificate, it is a work contract. You will have to understand what is work contract. In the erstwhile regime, even the tailor stitching your cloth and giving the shirt to you is also a work contract. Similarly, a funeral undertaker undertaking the body from hospital, then take it into the house and take it in the that is a freezer box, keep it in the freezer box, then take the body to the church for offering prayer, then after that taking the body to cemetery and where the body is going to rest. This was a work contract under the Erstwhile Act. One of my client, the only client in Tamil Nadu, was a funeral undertaker. In 1986, they gave a notice for work contract. Immediately, my client filed the writ before the Madras High Court and grouped under work contract. They gave an order stating that the bundled package, bundled services provided by the client is a bundle of service and liable to be taxed under work contract wherever the goods have not suffered tax. I have done 18 years of assessment for the client. Because the order came bit late, by that time 18 years were over, I have completed 18 years of assessment. One fine morning, the AG audit people called me. Then they said, sir, in this transaction, there is a evasion. I said, there is evasion. you can go and collect the money from the person who has used the
Hey,
transaction.
loan బయటికి పోయి చల్
And I said
బయటికి పో.
I said to the officer, they have done in the cemetery in the Keel Park. You can go and take 1 square paper and issue summon or notice to the person who is sleeping there. The tomb will have the name. You can issue the notice to them. The person who has availed the benefit is sleeping there. He will have to pay tax. Others will not pay tax. So you can give the notice to him. Then after that, they said the person had a cool drink bottle. I asked him, what is the rate of cool drink? He said 16%. Then I asked him, what is the value of that bottle? He said, the bottle contains the cool drink, therefore it is also to be taxed at 16%. The value of the main product will be the value of the packing material. I said, my main product is dead body, which is exempt from tax. The packing material, coffin and everything is also done to a exempted party. Then how can there be a fall in revenue or evasion? You will have to pay whatever I have paid. Kindly do the refund to me. Then they said, ask him to go out. If he is there, I will not collect any money. So the act is a dark room. Advocate will light the argument. The light of the argument will change the direction of the case. So you can understand how I won the case. Then temporary transfer or use of intellectual property right. For example, I give my temporary intellectual property right. I have prepared one PPT. I am giving the PPT to Mr. X to conduct a meeting. I am temporarily handing over the PPT to him. It is liable to be taxed under GST at 18%. And in the present scenario, you will have to understand one concept. If your daughter is going to have her wedding and you collect dowry for the transaction, the dowry collected is also liable to be taxed if it is accounted for. It is a service, it is liable to be taxed at 18% because it is not available in the nil rated or exempted. Then develop, design, program, etc. of the information technology software. In the erstwhile regime, software was suffering like anything because VAT was levied on software and also service tax was levied. They levy a tax on 110% of the entire software. So that was the scenario. Then after the introduction of GST, there is only one tax. You will have to pay for the designing and developing as a software. Software is a service, so 18% tax will come. Refrain from an act or tolerance of an act. Wonderful, wonderful definition. Say, for example, you enter into a partnership deed, and the deed says if you retire after 10 years, you should not do business in the same line for 2 years. For that, you are paid excess amount. The excess amount is liable to be taxed under GST. Why? Because refrain from an act is also a service or supply to be assessed under GST. Transfer of right to use, I have explained n number of times, so I am skipping that. Sir, next slide, please. Transfer of business asset. I think you are going to the previous slide. You can composite supply. Composite supply also I have explained. You can work contract defined. A contract of building, construction, fabrication, completion, erection, installation, fitting, improvement, modification, repair and maintenance, renovation, alteration or commissioning of any immovable property. Underline the word immovable property, wherein transfer of property in goods is involved in the execution of such contract, it will be taxed under works contract. You will have to understand, under the GST, only civil contract is works contract. Other than that, anything is not a works contract. In the S2I regime, one of my client was doing the repair of the old vehicle. He said he has retired from TVS and followed the procedure in TVS. So whenever a car is given for tinkering and painting, he will take it as a work contract and pay tax accordingly. That was happening, and one fine morning, when he had the birthday of his 70th birthday, he was going for giving the invitation. At that point of time, one lorry hit him and smashed him. So he could not continue the business. By the time all the appeals were handled by me were completed in favor of the assessee. So I went to the assessing authority and asked him, sir, the person who was running the business died, and I have some 4 appeals in my favor. You will have to pass order. Then you will have to release the document what was given as a security by the S2I person. If you give it, it will be helpful for the person to get her daughter married. So immediately that officer said, you come in the evening. I went in the evening, and to my surprise, he has completed 4 years assessment. And he has given that is the document to me. I took the chartered accountant, who was the person who signed the balance sheet, because he should know that reliable person is coming. So I took him. The person said, sir, I am not a genuine person, but the case which you have given is a genuine case. I want to help the family. By giving the document, a family's light is burning now. So you can take the document and go. At that point of time, a clerk was there in that office. He knows the in and out of the case. Because of him, I got the order. I went to him and thanked him. He said, sir, you are doing wonderful work to the family. I will also be part of the work. So that is why I managed to get all the details. So this was the transaction where the company or the assessee, the assessing officer will cooperate each other. Then supply of food and drink, other than alcohol, liquor for human consumption. If it is by a club, it is liable to be taxed. If it is by a hotel, it is liable to be taxed. If it is by a restaurant, it is liable to be taxed. If it is by a tea shop, the tea shop is liable. If you take the turnover of the tea shop, it will be more than 1 crore. All the tea shops will make a business which is more than 1 crore. But the limit given under the Act for services is 20 lakhs. So all the tea shops should be registered. But no tea shop is now registered. That is the fate of the country. Next slide, please. Supply of goods by unincorporated person, AOI, is the what I have said, club. BOI, to a member, for cash, deferred payment, valuable consideration. Whatever name you call, if you raise an invoice, you pay GST to me. Otherwise, you don't raise an invoice. If you raise, you'll have to pay GST to me. Next slide, please. Schedule 3 activities, neither supply of goods nor supply of services. Next slide, please. There are wonderful amendments which have come. For example, services by an employee to employer, not liable to be taxed. Services by court, tribunal, MPs, MLAs, chairpersons, director of CG, SG, local authority, etc. is not a service. It is not liable to be taxed. And they have amended services of funeral, burial, crematorium, mortuary, transportation of deceased. It is exempted from tax. In the erstwhile regime, it was not exempted. One of the officer who completed the assessment said, I will write to state government to waive the transaction, because the entire state only one assessee was there. And that assessee was my assessee. Then sale of land, sale of building after issuance of completion certificate. That is, if they issue the completion certificate, it becomes a fixed asset. Fixed asset cannot be assessed under GST. Then actionable claims other than lottery, betting, gambling. Why they are executing or exempting lottery, betting, gambling? All are taxable. Whatever money you receive, we are not bothered about that. I ask you to pay tax on that. I will give all these details in the next slide or next meeting. That is, I am going to take two continuous meeting. The second meeting, last slides will be lottery, betting, and gambling. Supply of goods under drop shipment. Wonderful, wonderful definition. Say, for example, I am in Chennai. I place an order from Australia. When the goods have started, I direct the goods to go to London, not coming into India. In that case, it is a drop assessment. The act was amended on 1/2/2018. Before that, this transaction will come under interstate transaction. After that, it is not liable to be assessed. Supply of goods under high sea sale or warehouse goods. What is high sea sale? In the erstwhile regime, under the sales tax in Tamil Nadu, I want to inform you, Tamil Nadu was the first state to introduce Tamil Nadu General Sales Tax Act in 1930s, when Sir Rajagopalacharya was the Chief Minister of Madras Province. Madras Province includes Tamil Nadu, Andhra, Kerala, Karnataka. So he was the CM at that time. He introduced the sales tax at that point of time. It was for the toddy. He brought the tax. And now most of the government survive because of the alcohol. That is why it is coming under the state levy, because for the purchase of one bottle, you pay 100% tax. Similarly, for the purchase of petrol, you pay 75% tax. That all go to state government. If it is coming under the central government or GST, maximum rate can be charged is 28%. When they charge 100% tax, when you pay 28%, that to 14% to the central government, 14% to the state government, they don't like. That is why it is kept under the outside the purview. And in the erstwhile regime in 1930, when Sir Rajagopalacharya was introduced sales tax, at that point of time, the import or export will be done only by ship. From the shore, if you go to 25 Nottingham miles, beyond that, there will be high tide. High tide means the ship cannot stand. It will have to move. At that point of time, if you effect a sale with an agreement for transfer of right, then it is not liable to be taxed. It was given in high sea sale agreement. The high sea sale agreement was amended on 1/2/18 under GST. Now, high sea sale agreement is not liable to be taxed. Similarly, when I am selling the warehoused goods, before they are taking a bill of entry, it is not liable to be taxed. So this amendment came 1/2/2018. Next slide, please. Supply of goods from place in non-taxable territory. That is the latest amendment which I told you. I have placed an order in Australia asking the goods to deliver at London. It is not liable to be taxed from 1/2/2018. Before that, it is liable to be taxed. Then next slide. Next slide, sir. supply of warehoused goods to any person before the clearance, and supply of goods by the consignee to any other person by endorsement of document. That is ICCL, and it is not liable to be taxed from 1 to 18. Before that, 1 to 19. Before that, it was liable to be taxed. Next slide, please. The activity is to be treated as supply of goods or supply of services as referred in Schedule 2. This amendment brings clarity that Schedule 2 activity or merely are not considered as supply. The ingredients of that term supply as defined in section 7(1)(a) has to be complied with. The purpose of introduction of this provision is to decide will the activity be construed as SOG or SOS to determine the tax. So it is very interesting. Next slide, please. Next slide, please, because it is only heading. Exempted supply as defined under section 247, which is not liable to tax. You will have to understand what is nil rated tax. The services done by all hospitals are liable to be taxed, and service code is introduced. But there was a notification which was introduced before the introduction of GST. Based on that, it is called as nil rated transaction. Only the cosmetic surgery and other surgeries are liable to be taxed now. Other than that, it is not liable to be taxed. Means supply of goods or services or both which is not liable to tax because of the schedule entry. Nil rated or non-taxable supply is when the supply is made on the non-tax liability, it is non-tax eligibility, it is exempted goods, so it is liable to be exempted from act. Next slide, please. Next slide. Zero rated I have explained, so I am skipping. I will go to the next slide, please. As per combination, composite supply means supply made by taxable person to a recipient consisting of two or more taxable supplies of goods. Here you note two or more taxable supply of goods or services, both or any combination thereof, which are naturally bundled and supplied with conjunction. That is, it is naturally bundled. If I travel by Shatabdi Express, I will have to eat food. That food is supplied by the train. So the service is 18%, food is also 18%. One of which is principal supply. Then what is principal supply? Means a supply of goods or services which constitutes the predominant element of composite supply, and to which other supply forming part of the composite supply is ancillary. The next slide, sir. The example what I have given to you, it is a ticket of Shatabdi Express, taxable at 18% because it is a service and provided. The service is taxable at 18% because it is a AC chair car, and the food which is provided, the service normally under 18%, food is 5%, but here the principal service is 18%. The composite supply will also have 18%. Now the railways have relaxed because of this. Many of the persons are not taking their food. So what they have done, you can purchase the ticket without the food also. Then the entire travel you will have to be quiet. You cannot have anything. Next slide, please. Mixed supply means two or more individual supplies of goods or services or combination thereof, which are not naturally bundled. In the earlier case, it is naturally bundled. Travel with food, it is naturally bundled. Without food, it is given as a free gift. Then such supply does not constitute a composite supply. So in that case, the highest rate will apply to all the product. So next slide, please. This was the example which I gave. I am giving the fruit basket to Dr. Ravi Kumar, and someone has told me that he likes jam and other things. So I keep jam and other things. So the entire value is 28% tax to be paid. So don't give chocolates and fruits together because the rate of tax will apply to both. Next. Then as per the execution, if it is an intra-state, the rate of tax is 18%. 9% will go to central government, 9% will go to state government. How will they account this? It is only by book entry they will account this. And you will have to understand one concept. Up from 1947 up to 1/7/2017, the act were based on the manufacturing process. That is why the states like Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, Punjab, Telangana or Andhra, in the STL name Andhra, then Punjab, all other states, these states will have Haryana, these states will have beautiful roads. If you go to Bihar or Chhattisgarh or Jodhpur, etc., you will not see the road. It will be muddy way. Why? Because if you are in a joint family, the earning member will get more benefit. The person who takes food from the earning member will not be given preference. That is why after 1/7/2017, the act were shifted. It is now consumption oriented tax. Wherever the consumption is taken, the tax will flow to the state and the state will enjoy the benefit. So it will get a uniform growth. Then when there is an interstate transaction, integrated GST to be paid, it can be adjusted to CGST or it can be adjusted to IGST, or if there is any balance, it can be taken to SGST also. Next slide, sir. I am giving some examples. Chennai recipient in Coimbatore, the item is 12% rate, value of goods 10,000, CGST 6,600, SGST 600, total is 11,200. This is intra-state transaction. Transaction effected within the state of Tamil Nadu. So therefore, the share will go to state government and central government. Next example, sir. Next slide. When the transaction it be between Chennai to Bangalore, say for example, the rate of tax is 12%. Value of the goods is 10,000. 12% on 10,000 is 1,200. It will move to Karnataka state and they will get the benefit of 1,200. So this is the case. 11,200 is paid by Bangalore people to Chennai. The 1,200 will go to the consumption state where it is consumed. Next example, sir. Thank you very much for the patient hearing. I hope I have done my work in a bit faster way. If there is any question, I will answer that question immediately. I have some 10 minutes available. Whatever questions you have, you can post in the chat box. I will open and answer. Sir, yesterday, the day before yesterday, topics files are not shared.
Okay.
So those things are not required now.
Sir, we will take care of it. Yeah, yes, sir. Murli sir, thank you so much.
Thank you, madam.
Yeah, all those queries we will answer to them in WhatsApp. Participants, if you have any doubts, any queries on this particular topic, you can feel free to ask.
Thank you for the good words given by you. But however, if you ask some question, I'll be more happy. Normally, if I represent or if I present some case or some meeting, I will be under the impression if they ask the question, they understood fully. If they don't ask any question, either they don't have understood fully or they understood fully. I take it in the way that you understood all the concepts.
Or they might be hesitating in answering, in asking you a question.
Yeah, they can ask me any question. Zero rated supply, tax supply, explain. Wonderful. I think it is from Prashant. The what is zero rated? You have to understand. I told you, you can get the input tax credit provided your output and input are taxable. If I want to export the goods to foreign country, the taxes I paid in the local state or local country will also be added to the cost of the product and exported to foreign country. I may not be competitive in that case. Therefore, what they have mentioned here is, if it is a transaction of zero rated, the tax rate is 0% taxable. When it is a taxable transaction, I can get refund of taxes paid by me to the person who sold the goods to me. Therefore, it is very interesting to note. And any other question? I hope I have explained in a simple way the entire crux of the GST. That is the speciality of me presenting the paper. I don't complicate things. Shanta to everyone. Supply. What is supply? You are asking question or you are giving me the answer? Question. Very nice. You have not seen the presentation fully. Why? Because I have explained the supply in the first point, where if there is a transaction for furtherance of business against the consideration and transfer of property is there, then it is a supply. For goods, it is a supply. For services, it is a service tax to be paid. So, all the transactions are liable to be assessed under GST. I have given an example. Getting a dowry is also taxable because it is not in the exempted list. It is not in the nil rated list. Therefore, it is liable to be taxed in all the transactions. It may be a sale, it may be a barter, it may be a exchange, it may be a rental, it may be a lease, or it may be any other transaction with consideration is liable to be taxed. Supply question. Composite supply and mixed supply. Composite supply. What is composite supply? When two or more allied activities are taken together, the highest rate of the principal supply will apply to the incidental supply. I have given the example of traveling by Shadapti Express. The travel ticket is 18% tax, food is 5% tax. But if it is 18%, the food is also 18% tax. And what is mixed supply? When two or more not naturally bundled goods are taken together, highest rate will apply to all. I gave the example of giving bouquet, fruit bouquet to Dr. Ravi Kumar. And somebody have informed me that he likes jam, Cadbury's chocolate, etc. I keep one box of jam and one box of Cadbury's chocolate. The rate of tax for jam and the Cadbury's chocolate is 28%. The food value will also go by 28%. But in way of taking dowry, how do we pay tax, sir. If you account the transaction, you will have to pay tax. If you are not accounting, you need not pay. If it is coming in the natural accounts, the bank account where you are accounting all the transaction, it is liable to be accounted. That is the speciality of GST. Even I cannot say I have brought up my daughter. If I say so, I will have to pay tax. The GST per se is a good act, provided you comply with it in time. If you are not complying with it in time, it is the worst act. It will kill you. I will give you a hypothetical example. One of the person who asked a question just now before the meeting, they have paid 10 lakhs of rupees to the cash register and not filed the return. They filed the return after 6 months. He is asking me whether to pay interest for the money. I said, the money will go to government only when you file the return. Naturally, you will have to pay interest. Sir, within the state and between the state, we will have same GST percentage. Yes, sir. All country, ஒரே rate, same rate. If it is within the state, you will have to share between central government and state government. If it is outside the state, you will have to have IGST, integrated GST. That is why you will have to understand one important point under GST. All the provisions of income tax, service tax, excise duty will not apply to Jammu and Kashmir. Other than Jammu and Kashmir, the provisions will apply. That was the entire word given under the constitution. But now, when the GST was introduced, Kashmir people fought for GST and they have GST now. So whatever you sell in Tamil Nadu will have the same rate at Jammu and Kashmir. Wonderful act. Send yesterday's third attendance. Sir, you are bothered about attendance. Attendance will come to you. You ask question.
Sir, for attendance, we will take care of that.
Any other question, or can I wind up? Because I will have to take another session from 5:10 to 6:40. That will be more interesting. So I hand over the proceedings to Osmania University. They can give vote of thanks if required. We will meet at 5.
Ravi
Yes,
sir.
sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Again, we will meet by another 10 minutes break will be given.
Yes.
So we'll continue for the break. After that, again, we'll meet, sir. Please.
Thank you.
So all the participants, please join for this excellent lecture because I am also learning so many things from the sir regarding the very interestingly from the 0 to high sir is telling every practical aspect. Please join immediately by 5:10 sharp. Please join all the participants. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Jaimal MT. Why you are open the audio? Someone, Jaimal. If you open like that, we'll remove from the Zoom. Jaimal, Jaimal MT. Your name is appearing here. Hey Manjula, why you unmute yourself and disturbing others? Manjula, K Manjula. Venkatesh, sir join ayinra? Venkatesh? Venkatesh?
Ravi sir,
Yeah, madam.
exit అవ్వలేదు. Murli sir is there. కాకపోతే I think he's not on the seat.
Acha, he will come back.
టైం పాస్ అన్నట్టు క్లాస్
Sandeep, kindly mute at your end.
Can I start, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Kindly switch on the video.
Sir, Ravi sir, make as Murli sir as host.
Yes, sir, you can open your camera.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Right, sir.
Mute all. Can I mute all?
Yes.
Sir. Sir, good afternoon, sir. నేను ఆఫీస్లో ఉన్నా సార్ వర్క్షాప్ చేస్తున్నాను కదా ఇక్కడ.
Sir, after mute all, you can unmute yourself, sir.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Now we are going into very important topic, time and place of supply. The time and place of supply will decide whether the transaction is liable to be taxed or not.
Hello.
1 minute, I will have coffee and extract.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
வெஹிக்கிள் நாளைக்கு ரெடி ஆகிடுவோம் உங்களுக்கு காரு அதுதான் ஓட்டி பார்த்து எதை கம்ப்ளைண்ட் பண்ணணும் இது இருந்தால் சொல்லுங்க அதுக்கு என்ன டைம்னு உங்ககிட்ட சொல்கிறாங்க. இப்போ 3,24,000 ப்ராஃபிட் சார், வெறும் 1,000 rupees ரேட் உண்டி.
The phone charge. Can I continue, sir? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Carry on.
Next slide, sir, please. The supply will be decided based on the time of supply, place of supply, value of supply. These are all three components of supply which will decide the rate of tax. I will give you very important example. When the company runs, what are all the 3 documents they should own. Normally, it is the certificate number 1 document. Certificate number 1 document. Then the details of supplier who will give you input tax credit, the list of supplier, their registration number, the contact number, etc. Third one is the list of your customers. Because assuming that I am having a shop called J. Murali and Co. If a person comes and gets the goods from the counter, then it will be a local transaction. If I have the address of the person in my records, then it may take interstate or intrastate. So you will have to understand the time, place, and value. In my PPT, I have included valuation rules, but I will not take valuation rules because tomorrow Renuka madam will take. So the time of supply. Sir, you click the PPT, sir. Time of supply, you can click. When the movement of goods is involved, then, for example, I am in Chennai, effecting a sale to Osmania University. When I send the goods from Chennai to Osmania University, whenever it reaches Osmania University, the sale is concluded. Then it is interstate transaction liable for integrated GST, that is IGST. It is not liable for the local transaction of CGST or SGST in the state of Tamil Nadu. No movement of goods. When there is no movement of goods at the time of delivery, whenever I give the delivery, the sale is concluded. Date of invoice is a criterion. It will be raised only at the time of removal of goods. Then movement of goods I have informed. Then last date to issue invoice. For service, they can issue invoice in 30 days. Whereas if it is for bank, they can issue invoice in 45 days. How bank will issue invoice? You will have to understand that concept. Say I have borrowed loan from the bank. The loan is to be renewed every year. When they renew the loan, they will charge me processing charges. That processing charges will add GST also. I can take input tax credit when it is accounted for in the ledger after 45 days. And in the bank account, I should have given my GST number. Then only I can avail the benefit of that transaction. Normally for the services, 30 days limit is there. For example, I am doing an audit for Osmania University. Today I am completing the audit, 28/11/2020. So I can raise the invoice before 28/12/2020 because for the November it is only 30 days. You'll have to understand that concept. So and continuous supply of goods. What is continuous supply of goods? For example, I am a dealer in water can and the Osmania University the supply details to me and they say you have to supply about 200 cans every day and after the end of 30 days they will make the payment. In such being the case, it is a continuous supply. the payment is identified after 30 days. So after 30 days, I will prepare an invoice and give it to the Osmania University. Very interesting thing under the water can is nobody is paying tax on water can. But when GST was introduced, they increased the value of water can. That is how the country is going. Whether they pay tax or not, they will raise the value. And if it is a sale or approval, normally the sale or approval is done when you are selling the biggest, what I can say, you are selling the biggest machinery. The machinery will have to be put to use. In the olden days, if you go and purchase diamond from a jewelry, what they will do, they will give diamond to you. You will have to keep it in the milk. Why? If you keep the diamond in your house, if there any untoward instance happens, they will return back the diamond. If nothing is happening and a very positive thing is happening, then they will purchase the diamond. Because they say in diamond there is some what I can say dosham. Dosham means because of that you may land in trouble. So the diamond will be like that, and in the earlier days they can have the diamond for 1 week. But under the GST Act, if I want to sell a machinery, I can go and install the machinery in the place of my customer. And after the period of 6 months, if the customer is not returning the transaction or returning the machinery, then it is deemed as he has accepted the transaction, and I will have to prepare invoice on the end of the 6th month. Next slide, sir. Time of supply of services. All services 30 days after the completion of services. So this concept was copied from service tax. Service tax, there was a provision for entire service. You need not prepare the bill immediately. You can prepare after 30 days. Therefore, the same provision was copied from service tax and pasted in GST. Though they give 30 days time. In case of banking companies, it is 45 days. I have explained to you why the reason of 45 days. Bank will not give invoice. They will not upload the transaction once in a month. They will upload the transaction once in 45 days. Then only you can avail the input tax credit. In 1718, most of the input tax available in 2A was not able to be verified. They gave the time after, I think after July 18. When we opened, we saw many bank charges were there, and for which our client have not taken the input tax credit. Immediately we accounted for that in the book and took the input tax credit. The continuous supply, if the due date for payment is fixed, then the last day for the continuous supply. When the due date is not fixed, whenever you get cash or whenever you get money or whenever you submit a statement, the tax will have to be levied on that day. I am giving the example of water can for Osmania University. I am giving that is normally once in 30 days I am allowed to take an invoice. Then for the month of November, I will raise an invoice on 30/11/2020, preferably in the evening, because till then I can supply. After supplying them, they will get the they will get the transaction in their accounts. So it is very interesting to note that the time of supply of services in continuous supply, whenever the time is fixed, it is the invoice raised on the 30th day, or it is invoice raised or statement given or money received, which may be deciding factor for the continuous supply. If by chance the supply is terminated, what will happen? Whenever that supply is terminated, till the time of supply terminated, they will have to pay the money in full. That is why it is GST is a business system, which will, if you follow, you can grow in your business. There can be only 180 days of credit. If it is beyond 180 days, the company will not grow. Therefore, they have restricted to 180 days. For example, I am supplying computer to Osmania University and say you can avail the 30 days credit. After 30 days, they make the payment to me and they can encash the input tax credit. If they are not making the payment within 180 days, the input claimed on the first month will have to be reversed and with the interest of 24% per month, which will be highly, what I can say, it is not correct to levy so much of interest for wrong availing of input tax credit. Sir, can you change the slide? Place of supply of goods, supply without movement. The place where delivery is given is the place of supply. Supply with movement. When the goods are handed over to the recipient, the movement is completed. Third party directing transfer of title. For example, I will give you a very easy example. I have received an order from Delhi. I am in Chennai, and they have asked me to deliver a good in Coimbatore, which is in Tamil Nadu. Now, the transaction is within Tamil Nadu. Is it interstate or intra-state? You will have to answer immediately in the chat box. Even one answer will be supplemented. Who has placed the order with me? Delhi party have placed order with me. Then it is a transaction of interstate. However, I am delivering in the state of Tamil Nadu. That is immaterial because I am going to raise the invoice on the Delhi party, and Delhi party will raise another invoice on Coimbatore party. So it is a interstate transaction for me and also for the Delhi party. Delhi party will take the IGST credit and adjust and pay the balance to IGST. Assembled at site, where the assembly is made, is liable to be taxed. Then on board of conveyance, on board a conveyance. What is conveyance? For example, I take a train from Chennai to Telangana. Whenever Chennai to Telangana train starts, they will load food in Chennai. But I will take the food when it crosses Tamil Nadu. Because if you want to go to Andhra, within 40 minutes we will cross Tamil Nadu border. Then they give and supply the vada to me. When I purchase the vada, what rate of tax I will pay? Whether it is CGST, SGST or IGST. In this transaction, it is only CGST, SGST because the place where it is boarded to be taken as a criterion. There cannot be any IGST because when they board the conveyance to the train, they may not know whether the entire thing will be sold. So it is affected in the transaction. All other cases to be notified by GST Council. Under GST, you can say the very easy answer. Whenever you don't know something, you can say council will answer. council will not answer immediately. You can apply, then you can get the answer. Sir, you can click the slide because the other part of the answer will come. Yes, location of the goods, place of delivery, third party registered place, place of assembly, location of taking the board to be determined by the council. You can go to next slide, sir. For example, I have got an order from Chennai to Bangalore. What I am doing, I have loaded the goods in the vehicle and prepared that is a delivery challan. When I prepare delivery challan, it is under IGST. E-way bill I have prepared, and e-way bill should have backing of invoice as informed by my previous speaker. So what happened when the e-invoice is generated, copy of e-invoice will go to recipient. Recipient will see whether he has ordered the goods which are not, which alone is received by him. If such being the case, he will accept the order or he will cancel the e-way bill. So the termination of place of supply is only when I delivered the goods at Bangalore. Say for example, I have not given the proper item to the Bangalore party. Then in that case, what they will do? In that case, what they will do? Definitely, they will say for example, I am sending the goods not ordered by my client in Bangalore. Then he will cancel the e-way bill. When he will cancel the order as Ritu is giving, what happened? I will have to get back the goods from Bangalore. How can I get back the goods? Because he will not accept my good and give credit note. You will have to understand, I can prepare a e-way bill as a recipient of goods. What I will have to do, I will prepare a credit note for the invoices already raised. Based on the credit note, I will prepare another e-way bill to receive back the goods from Bangalore to Chennai. This is very important. You will have to understand this because this will create a nuisance in the business. And normally, the e-way bill cannot be cancelled if the officer verified the transaction. The officer verified the transaction, it cannot be cancelled. It can only be completed, then reported in the accounts. If e-way bill is generated, it is already accumulated in your GSTR1. So when you file your GSTR1, you will have to check double entry. You should not add one more time because when you raise e-way bill, automatically your GSTR1 is updated with the e-way bill value. So it is very important to note. Then next slide, sir. Place of supply of goods imported into India. Location of the importer is the place of supply. Now you will ask me why we are generating bill of entry. Bill of entry is a document of title for entering into Indian territory. If bill of entry is not available, then your goods may be, what I can say, your goods may be, the goods may be not properly accounted for and the exported transaction. I think I have raised my volume. Normally, wherever I go and speak, my volume will be more. They will ask to reduce. The only thing here, I was asked to raise the volume. Then
Sir, it is absolutely fine. The volume is absolutely fine.
Somebody has asked me to raise the volume. My voice will not make you to sleep.
Yeah. I think
Ah,
the
Yes.
problem is their end, sir. You don't have any problem.
Yes.
The problem is their end. No problem.
Yes.
At the network, sir.
Normally, in the Chartered Accountant Institute or in the Cost Accountant Institute or in the Company Secretary Institute or with the department, they will give me only after lunch, because if they give me after lunch, the participant cannot sleep even after a good food. I get there. What I can say, one actually when the act was introduced, I addressed one in one forum. At that point of time, the participants were known to me. They said, "Sir, we are in the AC hotel. We will reduce the sound. We will reduce the light. You speak very less so that we will sleep." And my voice, you can say, it cannot go down, it will go up. Whenever I get more interest, it will go up, very very up. So what happened, after 45 minutes, I was allowed 45 minutes. Normally I don't extend my speech. I will restrict my speech to 45 minutes, means 45 minutes. There was a standing ovation. Everybody was very happy with my presentation. And there one accountant came and congratulated me. Sir, I attended your course 11 years back. You have not changed. You make things very simple and they drive into my head. So I am very happy. So that was a very good, what I can say, information. I don't know many things. Whatever I know very clearly. There will not be any doubt. Then exported from India. Location outside India is the place of supply. When the goods are taken outside India, where is the place of supply? Where the goods terminate, it is in the other country. So it is the place of the importer in other country. That is the place of supply. Next slide, sir. You will have to pay attention to this. I will take about 30 to 35 minutes. There are 5 tables like this. You will have to understand. Supply involves movement of goods. Movement of goods by the supplier. Supplier's place is in Orissa. Termination of movement is in Assam. Place of supply is Assam. Because I am taking the goods and handing over to Assam. What rate of tax I will charge? I will definitely charge interstate transaction at Orissa. I will charge IGST at Orissa. Then next transaction. The supplier is in Orissa. Termination in Orissa. Place of supply Orissa. What rate of tax I will charge? I will definitely charge CGST and Orissa SGST. Right? There is no confusion because it is intrastate. First transaction interstate, second transaction intrastate. Third transaction, movement of goods by the recipient. Goods collected by recipient, supplier's place Kerala, they take it to Goa. Then what is the transaction? It is IGST at Kerala. You will have to understand goods collected by recipient. So it is when the recipient address is available in supplier's ledger, then it becomes interstate transaction. Otherwise, it is a local transaction, counter transaction. Then Kerala. That is it. The supplier is in Kerala, termination in Kerala, place of supply in Kerala. What rate of tax will come? CGST and Kerala SGST will come. Next slide, sir. I think you'll have to go to back, next slide. Back. Supply involves movement of goods. Movement of goods by the supplier, goods dispatched by supplier, Orissa to Assam, termination in Assam. What is the rate of tax? IGST. Then Orissa local tax. Movement of goods by Kerala, Goa, then interstate transaction. Then Kerala, local transaction. Next slide, please. Supply involves movement of goods and delivered to a person on the instruction of a third person. This transaction you will have to understand. In the erstwhile regime, it is called as sale, sale in transit. It is listed in section 62B of CST Act. Say for example, I am in Chennai effecting a transaction to Delhi, then Delhi people ask me to deliver to Kolkata. Then what I will do, I will raise invoice on Delhi, then send the goods to Kolkata. Then Kolkata, the Delhi people will raise an invoice on Kolkata. The Kolkata people will give C form to Delhi people. Delhi people in turn will give C form to me. I will give E1 form. On the strength of E1 form and C form from Delhi, Kolkata, the Delhi people will claim exemption. In my earlier days of practice, I had a beautiful earnings because of the transit sale. So it is very often, it will be used as tax planning or tax evasion. So orders will be passed and we will win the cases with the facts of the case. Now the location of supplier Sita is in Ahmedabad. Place of delivery of goods, office of Ram, Ahmedabad. Principal place of Lakshman, who instructed delivery to Ram, Amritsar. Place of supply for Sita, Amritsar. IGST at Ahmedabad will be levied. Then place of location of supplier Sita is Ahmedabad. Place of delivery of goods of office in Amritsar. Then principal place of Lakshman also in Amritsar. Place of supply for Sita is Amritsar. So it is IGST at Ahmedabad. Then location of Sita, Ahmedabad. Place of delivery of goods, office of Ram at Bangalore. Principal place of Lakshman, who instructed delivery to Ram, Bangalore. Place of supply, Bangalore, IGST in Ahmedabad. Then location of supplier Sita, Ahmedabad. Principal place of Lakshman, Udaipur. Then place of delivery of goods, office of Ram, Chandigarh. Place of supply for Sita, Udaipur. The transaction is IGST at Ahmedabad. Then location of supplier Sita, place of delivery of goods, office of Ram. Principal place of Lakshman, who instructed delivery. Place of supply of Lakshman. So where in the previous occasion we discussed for Sita, now we are going in for Lakshman's business. So what happened, location of Sita in Ahmedabad, but principal place of Lakshman in Amritsar. So he is billing transaction IGST Ahmedabad. And the next example, Lakshman place is in Amritsar. He delivers the goods to Amritsar. Then it will be CGST and Pondicherry SGST. Then Ahmedabad, Bangalore. Then CGST and SGST of Karnataka. You can go to the next slide, sir. Supply does not involve movement of goods. Very interesting. Sale of pre-installed DG set. Location of supplier Delhi. Location of recipient Bhopal. Location of goods Bhopal. Place of supply Bhopal. Then it is IGST at Delhi. Manufacturer of mold. Kindly see this example. It is very important. Manufacture of molds by job worker, supplier, sold to the principal, but retained in job worker's place. location of supplier Tamil Nadu, location of recipient Kerala, location of goods Tamil Nadu, then place of supply Tamil Nadu. What is the transaction? It is CGST and Tamil Nadu SGST. Then next one is very important. It is a practical application. A businessman in Noida has an old car lying unused in his hometown Sikkim, Noida, but in this case Sikkim registration as casual taxable person. So transaction will be at Sikkim and he will have to effect the transaction provided the value of the car is more than 40 lakhs. It is liable to be assessed. If it is below 40 lakhs, they need not register. Next slide, please. Supply of goods assembled, installed at site. Installation of weighbridge, Delhi. Location of supplier, Delhi. Registered office of the recipient, Bhopal. Installation assembly site, Bhopal. Supply is made to Bhopal. Then it is from Delhi to Bhopal, interstate transaction. So, next example, servers supplied and installed at the office of a marketing firm. Karnataka is a location of supplier. Registered office of recipient Goa, Karnataka, and a place of supply Karnataka. Even though it is supplied within Karnataka, this transaction amounts to interstate transaction because the recipient at Goa. Supply of workstations, Gujarat, location of supplier, registered office of the recipient Gujarat, installation assembly site Kerala, place of supply Kerala. Then it is an interstate transaction. Next slide, please. Supply of canned aerated drinks on a flight. Location of the supplier Punjab, loading of goods Punjab, passenger boats at Delhi, place of supply at Punjab. What the rate of tax? CGST of plus SGST of Punjab. Then Haldiram, sale of Haldiram mixtures by their salesperson during the journey. Loader at Pune, loading of goods at the location of supplier Pune, loading of goods at Goa, passenger boats at Hyderabad, place of supply Goa. So Goa tax will apply. Sale of sunglasses on a ship. It is a location of supplier Bangalore, location of goods Chennai, passenger boats at Cochin, place of supply Chennai because it is boarded in the Chennai. Next slide, please. Place of supply of goods, section 11, IGST, goods imported or exported from India. Exported of goods, then it is going out of the country, taking goods out of India to place outside India. Then import of goods, bringing goods into India from outside the India. Goods imported into India, location of the importer. Goods exported from India, location outside India. It is already explained by me when the class commenced. Section 5 provides that IGST shall be levied on goods imported into India as per Section 3 of Customs Tariff Act. You will have to understand, in the erstwhile regime, when the AED is paid along with the customs duty, you need not charge VAT. When CVD is paid along with the customs duty, you need not pay excise duty. Now the benefit is passed on to everybody. When they import the goods and when they generate bill of entry, they will have to pay IGST. The IGST credit will be taken when you account the transaction in your books. Point of taxation when duties of customs are levied and said goods. Value as determined by the Customs Act. Next slide, please. Import of goods. This is what you will have to understand. Location of supplier Thailand. Location of goods before supply Thailand. Goods supplied to Assam. Location of recipient Assam. Place of supply Assam. It is an import transaction, bill of entry to be raised. Then Next example, China, China, Kashmir, Haryana. The termination at China, the Kashmir, so it is a import transaction at Kashmir. Sri Lanka, Sri Lanka, Kerala, Kerala, the place of supply, Kerala. Karnataka, Iran, Dubai, Karnataka, location of recipient. Not arising because of the amendment what I have mentioned to you. It is not liable to be taxed now. Then Assam, section export of goods. Assam, Assam, Thailand, Assam. Then export of goods to Thailand. Tamil Nadu, Kashmir, China, Texas, China. The goods moving out of China, therefore it is an export transaction from Kashmir to China. Sri Lanka, Kerala, Sri Lanka, Sri Lanka, Sri Lanka. So it is a transaction of export from Sri Lanka to Kerala, then once again to Sri Lanka. Maharashtra, Dubai, Iran, Iran. Not an export. It will not come under the liability because what I have told you, I have placed order in Australia and I have asked the Australian party to directly deliver to London. So the transaction will not be reflected in India. Even though your trading profit and loss account will have the transaction, under GST Act, it is cannot be assessed after the amendment made in February 2018. Next slide, please. To a registered recipient, then location of the recipient will be the address. Then to an unregistered recipient, address of the recipient if not available, location of the supplier. That is what I have explained to you. I am having a counter sales and one of the client from Pondicherry is visiting Chennai and purchases from the counter. If he is not disclosing his identity from Pondicherry, then it becomes a local transaction. It will attract CGST and SGST. If he informs the address, then it will become IGST transaction. Because I know the address of the recipient, therefore it will be IGST transaction. Next slide, please. Supplier of service and recipient of service. Location is in India. Then it is a location transaction. Based on the location, service is accessible to India. I will give you a hypothetical example. Many companies have received the commission from foreign country. They will canvass the goods in the territory of India and get commission from foreign country as a foreign exchange. Is it liable for GST? That is a simple question. It is definitely liable for GST. Why? Because the mere impact of foreign exchange will not alter the place of service. You have done service only in the state, in the country of India. Then it is liable to be assessed in the country of India. Place of supply of services. Sir, you can click the survey. That is click the PPT. Subsection 2 says service to a registered person except specified services shall be location of the recipient of services. If he is not registered, then registered person under this act. So when I have registered and I have a registration number, wherever I am, that will decide the recipient of service. So next slide, please. Very important. You will have to understand. Sir, click fully, sir. You will have to understand the immovable property services. Say, for example, I am in the state of Tamil Nadu and I am coming to your state and give lecture to you. What I will do, I will stay in a hotel in your place. It is in Telangana district. I cannot avail the tax benefit whatever I receive there because they will charge only CGST and Telangana SGST. So it will be going to the same state. Similarly, when I have a marriage hall at Chennai, and if you come and perform marriage in Chennai, I will charge you CGST and SGST because location of the building will decide the immovable property service. Similarly, for the rig, so if the rig is within the Indian territory, then it will be accessible to tax. If it is beyond the Indian territory, beyond 25 miles, 25 Nottingham miles, then it is not liable to be taxed. Next slide, please. Performance-based services. Wherever catering is done, it is accessible and the place where the catering is done. For example, I have a cook or my client is a cook. He comes and prepare food at Osmania University. Then he will have to charge the local rate. He cannot charge interstate rate. Similarly, one of my client who is a doctor comes and does operation in Osmania, where he does a what I can say operation which is not a regular operation, cosmetic operation he does, then it is liable to GST. Similarly, wherever makeup is done, it is decided on the place of performance of the work. So wherever performance is done, it is liable in that country or state as the case may be. Similarly, the operation is also like that. Next slide, please. This is very important. You have to understand. When a music concert is conducted in your Telangana district, Tirupati, the taxes that will be charged will be IGST, CGST and SGST of Telangana. If a cricket match is played in Hyderabad, then the rate of tax will be based on the CGST and SGST of Telangana. Next slide, please. If registered location of the registered person is known, then transportation services will be based on that. The transportation service is for the reverse charge. What is reverse charge? They will not pay tax, we will have to pay tax. For example, if I move the goods from Telangana to Chennai, then in that case, when I receive the goods from Telangana to Chennai, I will have to pay IGST and I can avail the IGST input later. If the unregistered location where goods are handed over for transportation, then the place of the freight owner will be decide the transaction. And I want to supplement one single point in the e-way bill. E-way bill can be generated by an unregistered dealer also. He can log in and get a number and register and he can generate e-way bill. Next slide, sir. Transportation of passenger. Wherever they embark, it is there. Embarking the place will location of the registered person. So if I take the ordinary bus, it is not liable to be taxed. If I take AC bus, it is liable to be taxed. So it is very interesting to note that the embarking place or location of the registered person will decide the transaction of transportation of passenger. And you will have to understand one simple point. If I purchase bus and I embark the passenger, if it is a AC bus, I can claim input on the transaction. The document which I give as a ticket will give the details of tax. Therefore, it is very interesting to note that the transportation of passenger and the transportation of goods, then dealer in car automobile, or the driving school can avail the input on move automobiles. Others cannot avail the input on automobiles. This point would have been discussed by person who has taken the input tax credit. When banking and financial transaction, when the address of the assessee is available and they have already given their GST number, then address of records of the recipient will decide the transaction, whether it is local transaction or interstate transaction. If the location of the supplier is not known, then it will become CGST and SGST transaction. Next slide, please. Insurance services. If the insurance is taken by a registered person, the place of registered person will be decide the intrastate or interstate transaction. This is for the insurance company, not for the agent. You will have to understand. For agent, insurance company will pay tax on reverse charge mechanism. If an address of the recipient as in the books of supplier is available, then it will decide the transaction. Address is not available, then unregistered dealer, it will decide accordingly. Next slide, please. Advertising. Say for example, I have a company and I advertise in all the states in the all the southern states. So whatever advertisement charges I receive in Telangana will be assessed at Telangana. Then whatever advertisement charges I receive at Kerala will be assessed at Kerala. Whatever advertisement charges I receive at Tamil Nadu will be assessed in Tamil Nadu. And whatever advertisement charges I receive in Karnataka will be assessed in Karnataka. And whatever advertisement charges I receive in Andhra Pradesh will be assessed in Andhra Pradesh. Next slide, please. Telecommunication services. The telecommunication services will be decided based on the location of tower or antenna. If you provide or in your building you allow the antenna tower to be installed, then it will have the priority of CGST and the SGST of your local state. If it is not the place under which you know, then it will be what I can say, it may become interstate transaction also. The location of the telecommunication will decide the transaction. Then mobile services. If you have prepaid services, then your billing address will decide whether it is a local transaction or interstate transaction. If you are getting prepaid, address of the selling agent will be the transaction. And work contract. Place of supply is POS, location of supplier is LOS. In the transaction, Gujarat person it takes the contractor in Maharashtra. So work contract done by subcontract service provider done the work in the state of Gujarat, supply of service bill to C. So it will be local transaction, CGST and SGST. Then if the transaction of customer side, if the supply of service is done at the customer side, then it will become liable to CGST and SGST transaction. In the transaction, the Gujarat people will raise invoice on Maharashtra. Then it will be interstate transaction. It will be interstate transaction at Maharashtra.
Can I go for next slide, sir?
Sir, you can move to the next slide, sir. There are many people joining now, so I am busy with clicking the button. Sir, next slide, sir.
Yes, sir. Next slide, sir.
Works contract, place of supply and location of supply. Works contractor C, subcontractor is C1, then customer site at Maharashtra, bill to C, and subcontractor service provider SC2. C will bill to the Gujarat people and will levy SGST and CGST at Gujarat. SC1 will liable to pay SGST and CGST. Then SC2 will be liable to pay IGST because he is moving the transaction to other state. Next slide, please. No, one slide before. Works contract and Gujarat and Maharashtra. Works contractor raise bill to C in Maharashtra. It is a interstate transaction. Supply of service works contractor will be done at Maharashtra. Then it becomes liable to pay IGST. The subcontractor will also deliver at IGST, so it becomes IGST, and SC2 is also CGST and SGST because he does the transaction in Maharashtra. Sir, you can move 15 slides because valuation rule will be taken tomorrow. You can move just, you can go fast. Sir, you can move the slide. These are all valuation rules which will be discussed tomorrow by Renuka madam.
Venkatesh.
వెంకటేష్ 10-15 స్లైడ్స్ ముందు కంటే వెళ్ళు సారు రేపు పడే క్లాసు. హలో వెంకటేష్.
I'll call him.
I have not completed the session. Before that, everybody is saying very informative session. Because the important section comes only after this.
Some people are joined for only provide that information and asking for feedback, sir. Only actually, as a director, I'm telling that 100 people are very serious about the program.
Yes.
Remaining 30-40 people are coming for only attendance and saying that informative and all those things. They're just like chatting. But anyhow, 100 members are very serious, sir. We appreciate their thing.
No, everybody is now attending and asking some questions. So I am very happy. I like to interact with this type of crowd.
There is a power cut. There is a power cut at the end of Venkatesh, the technical support. He's connecting through other mode. So he'll join,
Okay.
he'll be able to make it within 5 minutes. Maybe in the meantime, you can interact with the audience. If they have any
Yeah,
questions, maybe you can
I
clarify.
will answer all the questions. Whatever
Yes.
questions they raise, I will answer.
Participants can feel free to ask any queries if they have any queries.
Madam, I'm ready, madam. For
Any
presentation.
queries under GST, I will answer.
Venkatesh is back.
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
Venkatesh, you start sharing it. If they answer
Okay.
something, no problem. You start.
Okay, sir.
Conducting this sort of program is very difficult.
With all the technical glitches. Yes, sir.
Yeah, you will have to go to that pure agent 45. You will have to open. I will explain who is a pure agent. For example, if I want to go for an audit, normally we go for the audit. No, you can move this slide. You can go to the previous slide. Next one. Pure agent 45. You can go to 45. Who is a pure agent? Okay, for example, if I go for auditing, I go for auditing of State Bank of India. Normally, if you go for audit of State Bank of India will provide room, will book the room, and they will take the input tax credit. Whereas if you go for other banks, you will have to book the room in your name. It is not in the bank name. Then you may not pass on the input tax credit to the bank, respective bank. But whereas if I am staying in the same Tamil Nadu, I am doing the bank audit in Tamil Nadu, then for that matter, I will get the input tax credit passed on to the bank. So the pure agent service is the service where pure agent will ask for refund of expenses incurred. He will spend the money in the name of principal. He will not add up any profit margin. He will ask only the amount to be paid. Whatever he has paid, he will ask for reimbursement. In that case, it is not liable to be taxed under GST. For example, if I go for audit and I book the room in my name and ask for reimbursement of service, that service is accessible to tax. Why? Because my auditing service is accessible to tax. The ancillary service is also accessible to tax at the same rate, 18%. I will have to pay 18% tax. In the given example, Amar claims, I have received the supply from Anthony through Akbar. I am liable to pay to Anthony. I have authorized Akbar to pay money to Anthony. The amount is mentioned separately in the invoice raised by Akbar. Akbar has spent rupees 100 and is claiming the same rupees 100 and not a pie extra. Akbar has done this in addition to his regular service. So in this case, whatever money I am giving to Akbar is a pure service agent which is not liable to be taxed. If he has paid in his name and asked for reimbursement, it is liable to be taxed. Next slide, sir. You can go to next slide. I have explained this. You can skip this slide because it will be handled tomorrow by Renuka madam. From there you will have to go one by one. Special services. You will have to understand what are all special services. Money exchange is liable to be taxed under GST. Flight charges within India is liable to be taxed. Outside India is liable to be taxed. Life insurance, the company will pay tax for the insurance whatever they have taken. Second hand car, when the book value is less than the sale value, you'll get a margin of profit. For that you'll have to pay tax. If the book value is more than the sale value, then you need not pay any tax. Gift voucher. I will explain to gift voucher and notified service provider when the slides come. Sir, next slide, sir. Same slide. One of the currency is rupee and neither of the currency is rupee. So when I want to exchange the currency, I can exchange money for dollar. Then 1 rupee, the money what I give is rupee. I can exchange dollar for yen. I can exchange dollar for yen. Both are not Indian rupee. Whichever is less value, I will have to take 1% of the value and pay tax. But the option is available only once in the year. I will have to follow the option throughout the year. Next slide, sir. When the currency value exchanged is a rupee, RBI reference rate minus buying and into total unit of currency. So this will give the 1% value for the money what I am going to receive. That money is liable to be taxed. Next slide, sir. Value is equal to, if RBI rate is not available, value is 1% of the amount in case of stock trading. I will come. Stock trading is a trading of goods. So the normal rate will apply. Value is equal to 1% value of the lesser value in RBI rate. When the two currencies are not Indian currency like dollar and yen, then whichever is less will be taken and the 1% of the lesser value will be adopted as a fees for the money exchanger. Normally, you will not imagine that money exchanger is also paying GST. So it is very interesting to note that everybody will have to pay GST if the system is used properly. Next slide, sir. That is, I want to explain that slide. Yes. 250 to 1 lakh, it is 1% of value of supplies. 1 lakh to 10 lakhs, 1000 rupees plus of percent of balance. Above 10 lakhs, 5500 plus 1/10 percentage. Up to 60,000 is the maximum ceiling. Once the option is exercised, it will be followed for the entire year. You cannot deviate during the year. So it is you will have to opt once in the year, then follow the procedure. Next slide, sir. Air ticketing. If it is a domestic flight, then 5% of value of the ticket will be the rate of tax. If it is an international flight, 10% of basic fare will be air ticketing charges, and on that 18% will be charged. Life insurance business. We are talking about life insurance business for on behalf of company, not on behalf of the agent. So gross premium minus amount allocated for the investment. If it is an investment oriented and one-time premium, then gross premium minus amount allocated for investment should be taken. In case of single premium of annuity policy other than A above, 10% of single premium, whatever they pay, 10% will be taken as the premium. Then all other cases, first year 25% of premium, second year 12.5% of premium. Normally under Income Tax Act, same provisions is applicable for assessing the agent. So for company also, first year 25% of premium, second year and third year So 12.5% of the premium. Next slide, sir. Second-hand goods. When you deal with second-hand goods like sale of machinery, when you effect sale of machinery, for the sale value, you will have to pay tax. Whatever money you receive, you will have to pay tax. Whereas, if you are having a car value in the book is 2 lakhs. You are selling the car to outsider for 1 lakh, lesser than the book value. You need not pay tax on the sale of car. If you are selling for 3 lakhs, book value is 2 lakhs, you are selling for 3 lakhs. For 1 lakh, you will have to pay tax. This is only for car. For all the second-hand goods, whatever money you receive as a consideration, you will have to pay respective tax. Next slide, sir. No, I want to explain that slide. There is one joke. A person parked the car in front of his house. He has not paid. He has not paid the installment for the car. One fine morning, when he goes out of the house and sees car was not available. The reason being, the car was taken by the financier. He says, since you have not paid the installment, I have repossessed the car. If you get loan from the private financier, you will face this problem. If you take loan from the banks, generally you will not face this problem because they are very considerative. And whenever a goods is repossessed, from the purchase price reduced by 5% every quarter. Say for example, I have purchased a car in 2017. Now it is 2020. So there are 4 plus 4 plus 4, 12 quarters are there. I will have to reduce 5% of the value into 12 times. Then the value will be 40%. For 40%, I will have to pay tax. Next slide. Voucher, token and stamp. For example, during the Deepavali season, they may be inserting the voucher in the paper. And if you go and purchase in that particular shop, they will give some discount. For example, if it is given by a watch company, I get the coupon and go on reimburse the watch company. Then whatever money I am paying, I will reduce 28% towards tax. During the marriage function, normally it is a proper method to give gift voucher to the couples. Why? Because they can purchase whatever they want. They can purchase rice, they can purchase scent, and whatever they want, they can purchase. If I get a voucher in the name of the couple by paying 2000 rupees in a watch company, then the 2000 rupees will have 28% of tax. So whatever the company is selling, it is less 560 rupees of tax. It should be reported in the place. If I give the voucher in the name of couple from a departmental store, I can purchase rice, no tax. I can purchase for 2000 rupees entire rice. Or I can purchase whatever required. I can purchase scent. When I purchase cent, 28% tax is automatic. When I purchase food product, 5% tax is automatic. So like that it will change. The voucher token stamp will be charged to tax at the time of what I can say redemption. When they redeem the voucher for a exempted product, there is no tax. When they redeem the voucher for a taxable product, then 28% tax will be levied. So it will vary like that. The date of redemption will be the criterion to decide the transaction. Next slide, please. Next slide. Notified service provider. Notified service provider, ITC availed value is equal to nil. It is to be notified by the central government. Like this, there are many entries which are not notified by the central government. They will notify every now and then. That is why there are many notifications coming from GST. Normally, if you see the GST Act, the notifications received over period of say from July to now we are in December, November 2020. If you analyze the number of total days from 1st July, you would have received at least 4 notifications per day. 4 notifications per day. So it will be 4 times the notification. And majority of the notifications are only for exemption or postponement of filing of return or postponement for filing of annual return, etc., etc. Therefore, sir, please share different rates percentage chargeable. 0%, 5%, then 12%, 16%, and 28%. These are all the rates, and exempted is always there. Exempted is for the rice and other things, there is an exemption. In case of barter, we are not leaving anything under GST. Even barter, which is the first method of transaction. Say for example, I have rice. I will share some rice for wheat or for dal, and I will get dal from you. Then I will get some rice for vegetables. I will cook the food and take the food. Even that, in case of exchange or barter, the actual value of goods higher than the amount received for such exchange, then the difference will have to be assessed. In such a case, the real price of such goods should be considered. We are not leaving even the depreciation, means price yearly decrease. Some percentage. Depreciation is the value of depletion in the asset during the year. It will be accumulated to the lifetime of the asset. The next slide, sir. Value in case of lottery ticket. You will have to see even the lottery which is not correct system will assessable under the GST Act. Lottery run by state government. The face value of the ticket is equal to 100 by 112. Price notified in the official gazette, whichever is higher. You will have to pay tax on the higher value. Lottery authorized by state government, 100 by 128. I think in Kerala alone, the lottery ticket is available. And all other states, lottery is banned. So it is very interesting to note. Next slide, sir. Gambling, horse race, 100% of face value of the amount won on betting, gambling, or horse racing, or amount paid into the totalizer will be accessible to tax. Actually, in Tamil Nadu, there is no horse race since 1973, but betting tax is there. How they bet the tax? Whenever they go to the race course, and there will be TV placed there. In the TV, they will show the race in other states. They will they bet on their transaction of the horse at the Chennai place. For this, betting tax is there under the erstwhile VAT Act. Now it is GST tax is there. So we are not bothered about whether it is a good money or bad money. We want tax in everything. Next slide. Almost I am coming to an end. GST of reimbursement of expenses. Pure agent not liable to tax. Not as pure agent liable to GST. The rate of tax will be the tax of the principal service. So I think with this I have completed my session. Next slide will be thank you slide, and I can answer your questions. I will wait. Whatever questions you raise, I will answer.
Dear participants, if you have any queries, you may raise it.
What about the duty of excise inspector? The duty of excise inspector is now the duty of GST inspector. They do the same work. Any other question? I will answer all the queries under GST if you ask.
Don't worry about the attendance. All the links will be shared. Don't worry about that. If you have any doubts relating to this session, please raise.
Sir, can you please say the full form of CGST, IGST, and SGST? CGST is central GST, IGST is integrated GST, SGST is state GST. If you are having a transaction in Telangana district, then you will have to pay CGST and Telangana SGST. If you are trading with the Tamil Nadu, you will have to pay IGST. You will have to collect from me and pay to the government after reducing your inputs. How much GST on tiffin centers, sir? 5%. Food product 5%. Hotels 5%. GST TDS, wonderful question. They have copied TDS and TCS and the related party transaction from income tax and pasted in the GST. If you are trading with, or if you are having transaction with the government company or company formed by statute or by any act of local assembly or parliament, then the value of transaction for a purchase order more than 2.5 lakhs, they will have to deduct TDS of 1%. If for the individual invoice the value is 3 lakhs, then 1% on 3 lakhs will be deducted by the government company and they will remit the balance to you. Similarly, TCS is a transaction where you are entering with the e-commerce operator. For example, I am a food court. I am dealing with Uber or Uber. I am dealing with Uber. Then they will place an order to me. I will deliver the goods. When they take the value from the customer, they will deduct 1% of the value as TCS and remit it in my name before 7th of next month. The very interesting thing here is You are all having salary income. If they deduct salary TDS on the salary under Income Tax Act, you can avail it only in the month of next July. Whereas under GST Act, you can adjust in the same month. That is the criterion of GST. Before filing the return, you will have to go to home page, and at your right hand side bottom there will be a blinking which will show there is a TDS or TCS credit. You will have to click there, and whatever available will be displayed. If it is related to you, you will have to accept. When you accept, it will come to your account. The cash register, it will be credited. While making the payment, it will be adjusted.
Any other
Sir, one
questions?
question from my side, sir. Murali sir, I am Ravi Kumar.
Yes, sir. Tell me, sir.
Yes, sir. Suppose the dealer is one state and manufacturer is another state, and the customer is same where the dealer is staying. So whether IGST is applicable?
See, for example, I am in Tamil Nadu.
Sir.
You are in Telangana.
Yeah.
And I am supplying to a person in Tamil Nadu. That is the transaction which you are explaining to me.
Okay.
So I will deliver the goods to Tamil Nadu, but the interesting thing here is I will raise invoice on Telangana. When I raise invoice on Telangana, it is IGST.
Achha, okay.
IGST alone will come. Even though goods have not crossed the Tamil Nadu border, I will pay only IGST, integrated GST. I will not pay local tax. Similarly, you will collect IGST from the Madras, Tamil Nadu part.
Okay. Yeah, somebody is asking a question, I think.
That seems to be irrelevant.
What are the taxes replaced on GST? Sir, can you explain? What are all the taxes replaced? Excise duty, service tax, central sales tax, Tamil Nadu, that is a VAT Act, then Purchase Act, Luxury Act, then what you can say, Luxury Act, Purchase tax, all these taxes were subsumed. The Customs Act is not subsumed. The other part of Customs Act were modified and taken as IGST credit.
Yeah, I think there are 17 taxes are subsumed for GST, I think.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, yes.
Sir, one more question, sir.
You can ask the question, sir.
Sir, regarding traveling, sir. Okay, sir. Actually, in bus, sir, the bus is belongs to Karnataka state. Karnataka to Hyderabad.
Okay.
Okay, sir. I get into bus in Telangana. Okay, from Telangana, and in one of the place in Telangana to Hyderabad. Okay, in the bus they are charging CGST or IGST, sir?
Sir, you are moving from Telangana to Telangana.
Yes, sir.
If it is a AC bus, they will charge you CGST and SGST.
Okay. AC bus.
In the ticket, it will be given.
Yes.
Suppose the transport authority is in another state, sir. Suppose I book the ticket online, which is situated in Karnataka, but I am interested to travel in between the Telangana only. So it
will come only under CGST and SGST because you are traveling only within Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Telangana. Then.
Telangana, okay.
Why so no GST on petrol? Another good question. There is no tax on GST. Why? Because if they charge GST on petrol, they can maximum charge 28%. Now you are paying 75% of the value of petrol as VAT. The state government is not in a position to surrender the 75% of tax. That is why it is not coming under GST.
Yes, I think sir, time is over, and sir is also has taken 3 hours at a
Yeah.
stretch.
Thank you so much, sir, for patiently answering all the questions, all the queries of our audience, of our participants. I'm really glad to hear your lecture once again after hearing you at Bharatiya University, sir. In the first session of yours, I was on and off, but I was there for the whole of the second session. You really make the concept simple for us to understand by quoting many relevant examples. We are fortunate to have you amidst us. Looking ahead to hear many more lectures from you in our upcoming workshops too. Thank you so much, sir, for accepting our invitation to be the resource.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah.
I thank Dr. Sandhya Rani and Ravi Kumar sir for giving us the opportunity. Thank you,
sir.
Over to Karuna for a formal vote of thanks.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Nice presentation.
Over to Karuna.
Okay, ma'am. Sir, it's my privilege to propose vote of thanks. Thank you very much, sir, for an excellent and outstanding presentation in both the session. Sir educated us with the various complicated concepts in a simple way that the participant understood very well. Further, in second session, Sir elucidated in detail the activities of Schedule 1, 2, and 3 by taking instant lively examples and also through light on exempted supply, non-taxable supply, zero-rated supply, composite supply, and finally concluded the session with the execution of the same under GST. Sir, it was really an informative session and we are all fruitful with the session, sir. So in session 3, Sir enlightened us on various contents of place of supply of goods and services. Further, the discussion focused on the 5 major provisions of place of supply of services, location of services, wherein Sir covered extensively the concepts of various categories of services like transportation, banking and financial services, and other related issues by taking hypothetical examples. Sir, we really inspired with the tempo you carried out throughout the session of 3 hours. Sir, it's really, as a faculty, I've inspired a lot, sir. And you are very crystal clear in understanding all the contents. Thank you very much, sir, for sparing your valuable time in enriching and sharing your experience with us. I extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Ravi Kumar, Program Director, and Dr. Sandhya Rani Ma'am, Program Convener, for patiently organizing the workshop. Further, I thank Mr. Venkatesh for his technical support throughout the session. Last but not the least, I thank all the participants for patient listening. Thank you one and all for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Murli sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
I
sir.
will call you
Thank
back. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Yeah, dear participants, the tomorrow is the last day for our workshop, 7-day workshop on financial literacy, income tax and GST. So I request all the participants join in time. And one more thing is those who are in Zoom, we are going to provide the certificates not to the YouTube listeners, because we know that YouTube listeners are coming and going, they're not concentrate on these lectures. That's what we are allowing as many as people in the Zoom itself. We have the 500 capacity so that all can be admitted in the Zoom room itself. So please join in the only Zoom. And valedictory function will start at 6:40 after the sessions, 3 sessions are completed. So immediately we will start the valedictory without any break. And no admission will be done after 6:30, because where the people are coming late and all those things, we are not going to admit after 6:30. Only those who are in the room at 6:30 itself, they are going to attend for valedictory function, and they are going to fill the feedback and other attendance sheets and all those things. Those who are able to get the certificates. Okay, please don't join if you are not interested, don't come for joining and all those things. If you are interested, you can join. The coming while the program is going on, we are coming for admitting and all those things is not correct. Thank you. Please take care. Only 1 day is left. Please take care and please join.
So Murali sir, thank you thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Venkatesh,
Hello, ma'am.
shall we close now?
Yes, ma'am.
Hope all the participants have filled up the attendance, all the 3 sessions. We request the participants not to ask for the attendance links of the previous days while the session is going on. We've been repeatedly telling that, whatever are the gaps, we will see to it later. So do not worry about the attendance. We'll definitely see to it, but do not ask for the attendance links of the previous sessions while the sessions are going on, while the resource person is delivering the session. Okay, so do not worry about the attendance. We may look into the gaps. We will definitely look into the gaps.
If anybody has any query regarding to the workshop, or tomorrow sharp 1:30 you join. Before 2 o'clock we will discuss the things and we will finalize.
But do not ask for the previous session attendance links while the session is going on.
Ma'am, I want to fill the feedback link. Please, can you
Of
wait
today?
for 2 minutes?
Of today's?
Yeah.
Yeah, please, you can fill
Yes,
it up.
yes, ma'am.
You can fill
Yeah.
it up. So as Ravi sir has told, if anyone have missed the previous sessions, if there are any gaps, you can log in by 1:30 tomorrow, and then you can discuss your queries with Ravi sir, with the program director.
Venkata, shall we leave?
Yes, sir. Okay, sir.
Right, man.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you to